I think most people probably do. So this is the bridge that we're familiar with, and basically there are going to be two issues, just to get to the bottom line first. One is the impact of traffic, and we're trying to minimize that, and I'll explain that in a little bit. And then there's a little bit of cost involved regarding painting part of the bridge, which is town-owned. The bridge itself is state-owned, and we anticipate that the work this summer will take some time between 6 and 8 weeks, or hopefully shorter. Now, if I could just describe the bridge for a moment. Up top, this is the part everyone is familiar with. Down below, people may not have had occasion to get down there, so it has a few features that are kind of interesting, and excuse me for being in the way. I don't think I can really get out of the way, but you also have the pictures in the handout, but the structural steel beams up top here, there are 5 of them that hold up the bridge, and that's the part that we own and that we're going to be painting. And then below it, you'll notice there's a water line with 2 beams that are suspended underneath that's holding up the water line, and that's the town portion. And here's a close-up of that over here in this picture. And there's some wooden cribbing and covers which are covering up the water line. Another kind of unique feature on the upstream side, over in the back corner over here, is what I call a flanking span, or it's actually just a flanking beam that's kind of holding up the edge of the roadway up in this corner back here. And so that's also going to be painted. The point of mentioning those 2 features is that those add to the complexity of what would normally be a pretty simple bridge to paint. And I'll demonstrate in a minute about the painting. So those are kind of the 2 unusual features about the bridge. We're planning to paint all of the steel as we normally would. This portion of the total structural steel, which belongs to the town, is approximately 24% of all the steel. And so what my bosses have directed me to propose to the town is that if you folks would like to have these beams included in the overall effort, that it would be a proportional 24% of the painting cost itself directly, which is going to be approximately $15,000, $16,000, somewhere in there based on the estimate. But it would actually come down to what the actual bid is, which will hopefully be lower. Okay, in terms of the traffic, I'll demonstrate in a moment why there needs to be a lane closure, but what we're proposing is to close one lane for just part of the day. So between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., giving the contractor a window where they're allowed to close a lane in order to set up their equipment and so forth. And in this picture here, we would keep the sidewalk open and the adjacent lane all the time. So the lane that the contractor would close would be this one here. And the way they would maintain traffic when it's alternating one way, a lot of times we have projects where we set up stoplights and so forth, and this doesn't lend itself to that at all because the traffic volumes are so high, and because of the complexity of the streets at either end feeding into that intersection or that area, that we would use uniformed officers and they could use their judgment in terms of expediting the traffic flow with closures and so forth. In terms of the reason why we need to close a lane, if I just show a couple similar projects, how work is normally done. I'll just put up a couple here. For example, this one is in Newcastle. What they do first is they build a staging floor underneath the steel, and it's hung by from the girders, and they put together the different parts and make a solid floor. And in the case of your bridge, they would hang it from the steel beams of the bridge, but it'd have to hang down low enough to go underneath the waterline beams, and They can't hang it from this because this isn't designed to take those kind of loads, because those beams itself are just hanging at either end to hold up the water line. But they would do this first, and then they have support equipment, which you can sort of see here. They actually have quite a bit of equipment that supports and is next to the work. And what they'll do, because of the pollution control measures and because the bridge has lead paint on it, they have to contain it all. So as they remove the lead paint, it's all encompassed with this, like a greenhouse, and it's collected. Here's another example in Stratford. And this is just to illustrate the types of equipment that the typical painting contractor has with them. So up here he has the like a gigantic vacuum cleaner which attaches to the containment and sucks out all the air while they're doing the blasting. And then they have the blasting equipment which supplies the abrasive and so forth. So you have a train of several types of vehicles. And so normally those vehicles would come up onto the bridge in this lane closure and allow the contractor to work on the bridge directly below them. And the other main point there is that the tubes or the vents that can connect the equipment to the work can only be so long, like 50 feet or less or so, normally. And I won't pin this one up, but in this particular example, you can see the equipment's off-site, and here are the vents, and here's some of the tubes. And so in our particular case, we're making provision in the contract for the contractor to use a lane closure for 6 hours of the day. Now there is adjacent to the bridge some property which is shown over here, and we haven't made arrangements with the property owner, but the contractor could, and there's this little driveway right next to the bridge and next to the first house here on Elm Street, and if the property owner were amenable and could work out something with the contractor, they might make that available as a staging area, and then could use the equipment off site a little bit more, be able to work longer. But anyway, that's a little bit of the reason why we need a lane closure. Let me see here. Okay, as far as on page 2, as far as the actual traffic control, there will be the standard traffic control package with signing, and we'll have a variable message boards at either end telling people what the status of the traffic situation is, and the officers and so forth. So hopefully be as flexible and as efficient as possible to help traffic flow along. The work hours are normal 7 to 7 maximum. We're not disturbing any of the facilities in the area or on the water line itself. In terms of the pollution control features, our standard practice is we have a whole gamut of things. They do pre-soil testing and post-soil testing. They do air monitoring. We have various controls that are required and are part of the effort to keep the environment and the air quality for the residences nearby, etc. Okay, and that's worked out very well over the years. We'll be taking all the old paint off and putting on 3 coats of a high-performance coating, and I don't need to get into all that. The one most people are interested in is the color. Our standard color these days is dark green or dark brown or black. In this case, I'm recommending we use black because of its location and its proximity to the water. And it's the same type of coating that we would be using, but it's a little bit higher grade in terms of longevity, where it's actually a zinc primer and a tar mid-coat and a tar top coat, which would make it black. And it only comes in black because it's a tar product. And I don't think visually it would really make any difference because most of the time it's in the shadows anyway. And So from a distance, like this bridge over here is this dark green. The difference between dark green and black is pretty minimal when it's in the shadow. Let's see. The other, okay, as far as, well, the contractor that we use is pre-qualified, and he's has to be pre-qualified in 2 categories: large industrial jobs as well as lead jobs, and that's kind of a national certification thing which we require in all of our work. And we'll have outside inspection, like it shows there. So I guess back to the main points of the presentation, which is the effect on traffic. We're trying to minimize the inconvenience to the traveling public in a very high volume location by restricting the traffic lane closure to just those 6 hours of the day. Once the contractor starts his work, the time clock starts and he has to progress in an aggressive and continuous manner, and he has a limit of 50 days of working days to finish. And we're basically giving him the whole season that he can fit his schedule into. As you can see here, October 14th is the completion date. And so the main issue, I think, as far as deciding something would be if the town wants to be included in the, have their portion, which is the water line support beams, in the total effort. Just a couple reasons why that would be a good idea from my point of view. When they build the containment, they will build the same flooring, the same sides. All the containment will be the same, and of course the water line beams are right in the middle of it. When they start blasting, obviously it'd be very easy to just include the work with everything else rather than try to shield it and not have it be included or have any ricochet damage. When it's all done, this will be black, and if we didn't paint it, this would be the light green, so there'd be contrast in color. But the main thing is that we're going to all the effort of putting the whole contract together. So from a cost point of view, you would be getting your beams painted for like $15,000, $16,000 versus if you did the whole project yourself, you'd be talking many times that, because you would be including all the other elements. So I think as far as issues and presentation, that's basically what I wanted to present. And if there are any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
All right, if there's any questions or comments from the public. I know there's some people who live nearby here, from Mr. LePage. Mr. Thornton?
How was the 24% calculated?
A direct proportion of the area of the water line support beams to the whole thing. So in other words, I calculated how much steel is actually going to be painted.
Surface area?
Surface area, correct. So it's just a direct proportion.
Doesn't look like they would pay especially if you're going to use it.
Yes, ma'am.
How long is this paint coating supposed to last? What's the duration?
That's a good question. We normally say like 20 to 30 years before first maintenance, meaning that before you have to really do a serious job of fixing up areas. It's the same kind of a coating. For example, I showed one of the pictures there in Newcastle we did a few years ago next to the Wentworth by the Sea, which is a pretty aggressive environment. It's a similar paint system to what we put on the high-level bridge, I-95 over the Piscataqua River. And so we consider it one of the best systems out there, and testing has shown that it is. How long it's actually going to last is sort of a guess, but because you kind of project the results out, but most people put it in the 25-year range for first maintenance.
We're still getting used to the system, so it'd be best if you came and spoke at one of the microphones so the system picked you up, and also so the cameras do as well. Sorry. Are there any other comments or questions? Mr. Thorne?
When they did the Newfields Bridge last year or 2 years ago, they had a traffic light system over there. And where all of this, the equipment that's being used to do this bridge is going to be in a fixed position for a certain period of time, would it not be feasible to use a traffic light system here in the accomplishment of this work?
That certainly would be an option. Some of the difficulties, as I understand it, would be mainly is that on either side of the what would be the stop bars and the traffic lights, you have kind of a difficult geometry. Like on this side, You're coming up over a rise, and there's a sight distance problem. You have several streets feeding in, which would be more difficult to lend themselves to fitting into the light cycle. And on the other side, you have, of course, Main Street and Elm Street, and then there's another little drive down. You have three things feeding in. And so it doesn't lend itself as nicely as a normal road where you just come up straight and stop and so forth. The other major reason, of course, is that it's only going to be for 6 hours a day. So you would have the lights in there for the other hours of the day, which would just be a pain in the neck for everybody.
One pain in the neck for the people that drove on Route 87 over there, or whatever it was, because at nighttime the lights weren't working.
Yeah, I can't address what happened in the case of your citing because I'm not familiar with it, but hopefully by not having the light, that wouldn't be a problem here. So we're talking several weeks during the summer of, active flagger officer type direction. And I think it'd be the most flexible for the needs here.
Monetarily, wouldn't it be better to have lighting as opposed to an individual that we paid for?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact cost, but it's really not going to be too much difference, and that's a cost that we're absorbing. I have the estimate for the officers, but it's
still taxpayer money.
that's true. I think the points I raised earlier, in terms of there's a convenience to the public point of view too, which it's hard to put a dollar value on, but it's people who have to wait in traffic and it gets queued up in lines certainly feel it. We're estimating uniformed officers and flaggers together about 16,000, and to have traffic signals and you also have to have temporary lighting and so forth, it'd be more in the 8,000. So we're talking maybe $8,000 difference. More.
Thank you.
That's an estimate.
Are there any other comments or questions?
And what's the total estimated cost of this project?
Okay, all of the $200,000 is the answer of all the items that the contractor would bid on.
And how much is Newmarket gonna pay on
And,
this?
and the Newmarket portion, based on my estimate, would be around 16,000. Hopefully, my estimate's a little high, because that's what I'm supposed to try to do, and then the bid will come in, and hopefully it'll be a little bit less, will probably be more around 15,000, but that's an estimate.
Yes, sir.
You estimate 16,000 for our portion, the Newmarket portion. What's the estimated cost for the state to pay? I assume there's increased price for extra hassle of working around our beams. And also, why would we paint the beams? Like, is there a state mandate coming up soon within an amount of years that says we have to paint the beams, or is it just kind of
Oh, no.
we're doing it so we do?
Yes, mostly the latter reason. In our program, the people have determined that it's time for our beams to be painted. I have a few pictures, like this one in particular shows a little bit of the condition, and if you get up close and look at it, you can see it's experiencing quite a bit of distress. The waterline beams are of the same vintage and the same type of coating, and from a distance they don't look quote unquote as bad, and they aren't. But it's one of those deals where while we're in there to include it, it's a kind of an opportunity thing. The beams have been out there for quite some time, and there are different philosophies. One could leave it so that it's really shot, and then everybody can see, oh yeah, that's shot. But then it's usually that's kind of beyond responsible maintenance. It's more, you're starting to have section loss or other problems with the steel, and so we prefer not to let it go quite that long.
Mr. Legault?
Is it safe to assume that if we didn't do it at the same time the state's doing it, that 16,000 could escalate to, say, 50,000 or something?
Correct.
To
So
do
another,
the same type of work?
correct.
without the benefit of
Just
the
to
state?
give you an idea, the traffic, see, there's basically the painting portion, and we have it divided, the painting portion, into 4 items. There's the clean and paint, which we're estimating to be 70,000. so that your 24% would be a quarter of that 70,000. But then there's also the containment cost, which is 67,000, or almost half. And then there's the worker protection issues, and then there's the hazardous waste disposal issues. So we're paying for all that anyway because we have to do it. And so, yes, if you people absorbed all those costs, it would be that much more, plus the traffic control, the mobilization, et cetera, et cetera.
There's some railing damage there now. Could that be rolled in at the same time? Plow damage to railings on the,
Yeah.
that side right there, yes,
Is it like scraping?
yes. Actually, there's a gouge in it that's in one area that's covered by rubber because it's a very sharp edge.
Yeah, that's pretty new. Would that be a town sidewalk plowing?
That would be state plowing.
State plowing. On the sidewalk side?
Glad to hear that.
Oh, I can look at that. If it's like torn and such that it would be a jagged edge for a hazard.
It's patched now. Someone patched it. I don't know who, but they did a good job patching it because
On the aluminum rail itself.
the rail itself, yeah, it's like if you were dragging your hand along, you'd lose your arm.
Is that on your side or on the other side?
On my side.
Yeah, you say it has been addressed, or it's?
Yes, yeah, temporarily, it's not a permanent fix, but
Okay.
it could be more or less permanent.
Well, yeah, that would be something a bridge maintenance could come in and look at and do what they would have to do to it. So that would be done separate from my contract.
Okay.
Mr. Thorne?
Got one more question. If the water line structural beams belong to the town, did the town perform a analysis of deterioration on these beams to ascertain whether we really needed to paint them and perform this work or not? And secondly, if there is a deterioration of these beams, it would not occur in the middles probably so much as it would on each end, which is not subjected to a being re-preserved, because you can't get to the areas that are not being preserved.
Correct, I believe, you're correct on both points. No, I don't think the town would have done an analysis of the coating condition on those beams. And they're basically, and yes, it is true that the interior beams traditionally would be in better condition than the exterior ones, because the exterior ones are subjected to the elements and ultraviolet deterioration and so forth, and any salt spray that might come down or run down from the sides from the salting operations on the road. But it's more, like I say, an opportunity for the town, and it's up to the town to decide if they want to kind of get on board or not. So
Thank you.
it's not anything that's in critical fall-down type condition.
Thank you. Counselor Glennon?
Actually, I think you answered my question. The cost of the flaggers, that would be borne by the state?
Correct.
And would they be uniform officers?
The way that works is I have in the contract items both for uniformed officers with vehicles and flaggers. And usually that's decided by the construction engineer who oversees the project. And so we have provision, so he can do it either way or a combination or whatever is the most, the best. And normally, but I can't speak for construction because they decide that in the field, but I believe the uniformed officer is always much more effective, and probably they would at least start with that, and they may do it throughout the duration, depending on how it goes. That's just what I'm guessing.
Do you know off the top of your head, when these projects are done and they use uniform officers, do they tend to use the ones in the town in which they are located?
My understanding is yes, but again, that's a construction thing, and they work it out, but I believe the answer would be yes.
Counselor Wilford Hamel?
Yes, Jerry, you've got listed a few of the inspectors or supervisors that's going to inspect the
Yes.
environmental parts of this job.
Okay.
Do you have any local, like DES?
Okay, you're referring to the last paragraph. What we do is the state has a contract with outside agencies who do the inspection for us, and so they do we have these two firms, which I list here, KTA and GPI, and excuse me, they do inspection on various bridges around the state. And they have local personnel. They have like New England offices, and they do work for other owners, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maine, and Vermont, et cetera. And so, so some of the people are local, yes. For example, GPI, there are local fellows up in Lebanon. But no, the Department of Environmental Services or other state agencies don't inspect. We provide the inspection and through these outside contracts. We could, some states like Connecticut or Maine hire, they train their own people and so that they have the qualifications and they could do this sort of work, or they do this sort of work, and we could, but it's been our practice because we're a fairly small state and it's kind of a limited amount of work over the year to just hire it out.
Any further comments or questions? Ron Cohen.
I've just got one. Do you at DOT ever figure out an estimate of how long you expect the work that you perform to last? In terms of time frame, what's the cycle of coming back to a project again the next 50 years, 15?
The life cycle?
Yeah.
Type cost?
Do you have a notion of that?
We have a vague notion. On some big projects, like the high-level bridge in Portsmouth, it's a whole science figuring it out, but yes, you figure like so many years to the first maintenance, and you figure, okay, like 20 years, and you're going to do some touch-ups, and then that's going to be good for another 10 years, and then after, which would be 30 years down the road, you might have to do some like more major stuff, and then maybe after like 50, then you have to like replace the whole thing. And this, it's kind of, it depends, like on the bridge, the coating, et cetera, et cetera. We traditionally don't do long-range, complicated life cycle costs like that for kind of routine work. This would be considered very routine type of a bridge.
The hazard a guess as to what the life cycle on a bridge like this one is?
You talking about the bridge or the coating?
How about both?
I don't really want to hazard a guess. No, I mean it's.
Yeah. I think
the bridge has got to be there.
The
It's
answer
a vital link. And
I think the answer he's looking for is, in terms of the painting, you indicated earlier 25 years.
yeah, for the coating until first maintenance.
That's what we're talking about. I mean, we just have a longer.
Well, we just went through the bridge maintenance folks did some work in this particular bridge. The main issues had to do with the foundation and the stonework and so forth, and so they dealt with that, and they estimate it's going to be good for quite a while. I don't know what the number is. This effort completes kind of the rehabilitation of these several years.
Okay. I think that's all the comments. Thank you very much. We'll take the decision under consideration regarding the town's expenditure of funds
Okay.
to paint the. When is your time frame for us to make that decision?
Well, tonight would be great. No.
That's okay.
No.
We had previously, this had previously been brought up to us by the town administrator, so we're aware of the request. And
Correct. In terms of our actual time frame, we're hoping to advertise the project next Tuesday, the 8th. And everything's like ready, and then, but we have the understanding that if anything significant changes as a result of this meeting, such as the decision or whatever, that we might be in a position to delay it, but I'm not in a position myself to say that. I have to ask Mark if that would be an option. But
okay.
hopefully, if you could give us an answer today, that would be fine. But I realize it's a little bit short notice, too. In terms of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Now we're going to start the formal part of the town council business meeting, and at 7:30. And the first item is the Pledge of Allegiance. So we should all rise, please, and face the flag. The first agenda item is a public forum, and Senator Hassan's here, our senator. And I know you came to one of our meetings a few weeks ago, and I don't know if you didn't have the chance to speak because we had a lot of speakers.
No, I didn't need to speak. A few weeks ago, I thought this presentation was happening tonight. And true to form, I got held up tonight, but I wanted to come and
Okay.
hear the Department of Transportation and just make sure that any questions from the state were answered. So it sounds like it's in good hands.
Great.
And it's nice to see you all.
Well, thank you for
Now,
coming.
leave you to your meeting.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay, if you would like to speak about a non-agenda item, this is your opportunity. If you would please stand, raise your hand, I'll call on you, and you come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Hamill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Before everyone leaves tonight, while we're all here, I'd like to compliment, and I think most of us would like to compliment Department of Public Works on this snow removal during these storms here, and the director, seeing that he's here. I think they've done a terrific job. There's some areas that you'll get a few complaints now and then, but all in all, I think it's been a wonderful job. In the past, well, recently we had a meeting where a comment was made about, I think it was directed to the town administrator that after someone was complimenting him on things that he had accomplished, somewhat disgruntled person got up and stated he's getting paid for it, to do that job. So is DPW getting paid for doing the job. But we're getting a good job for paying them. So, again, all in all, I'd like to thank them and compliment them for the job they're doing.
Okay, so if you'd like to speak during the public forum, raise your hand. Mr. Alpern.
At the January 5th Town Council meeting, I provided each of you a letter from the Attorney General,
Yes.
which explained that Newmarket was in violation of state law RSA 289:6 regarding cemetery trustees. I just want to know, I just would like an update on where that stands and what measures have been taken to rectify the situation so that we're not in violation of state law.
Mr. Alpern, Town Administrator Dixon informed me that we will put on the election in May, the cemetery trustees. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Mr. Mulaski, Director Mulaski?
I just wanted to thank Councilor Bill Hamill for the comment.
Okay.
I have a question.
That's simple. Good. Councilor Glennon?
Shut that up. I'm sorry, I hit it.
Okay. Councilor Glennon?
No, I didn't. Mr. Mulaski, you did get other compliments too. I'm assuming you got those messages.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Because not just a few councilors, but all of us, I'm sure, feel the same way, that your crew did a great job.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Mr. Legault?
Hi, Dave Legault, 11 North Main Street. First, I have a few comments I'd like to make on a follow-up from last month's meeting, but first I'd like to talk about the water situation in town and a possible not a solution, but a suggestion. I'm on the public water supply system, and for many years I've thought, when I'm outside using water to wash the car or fill the pool or take care of the garden, I've thought that if I had my own well, I'd be glad to use it rather than buying water and also paying the associated sewer costs to go with it. Because every time you turn on the faucet, of course, you're paying for both. And when you are using water outside, you're not contributing to the sewer portion, but you're paying for it. So I've thought for many times, if I had my own well, I'd probably use it. And I don't know how many others feel that way, but I think if you're on the public water supply system, you have to be tied into it, and you can't use your own water supply. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's a true statement. And I don't know, many major utilities, for instance, in the past 10, 20 years, rather than adding capacity, try to come up with alternative methods of reducing the demand. And one of the thoughts I had was, is there a way, I mean, this is just throwing this out there, it's kind of blue sky, but is there a way to maybe encourage people to start putting in their own wells that are on the public water supply system, take them off the system, or at least reduce the demand on the system, and for outdoor water use, and perhaps even for indoor water use, where you would meter it. If you metered it for the indoor water use, you wouldn't pay the water portion, but you would use that to pay the sewer portion. Seeing as how water usage is how you determine sewer rates, it's just something I wanted to throw out there. I don't know how many people would be willing to, put in their own well, or if they already have their own well, start to use it, but it's just something that I would consider doing if it was allowed to be done. And that would help reduce the demand on the supply, which we know is, we know it's kind of dicey right now.
I think Counselor has a question for you, if that's
Sure.
all right. Counselor Caprielli?
You're partially right that if you're on the water system, you have to hook up.
Mhm.
But you don't have to use it.
You can use your own supply?
That's correct.
Yeah, do you have to keep it, I'm assuming you have to keep it segregated from the town water supply for a couple of reasons, so you don't backfeed the system, because you could introduce contaminants that, you wouldn't want in the system. And obviously, to avoid, cutting costs on your sewer portion of the bill, I mean, anything going in internal use in the house, for instance, would have to be metered. But other than that, it's a fair game outside, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well.
Is that correct, Mr. Dixon? I mean, I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you necessarily to know the answer right offhand, but just a thought.
I don't know the answer to that question. George, generally, it doesn't happen.
I would say that
Yeah.
they should be hooked into the system if they're on it. If we start letting everyone put their own private wells in, then we've got to monitor the cross connections and all that type of thing for backflow, and
Yeah.
it would be a complicated issue.
Generally, it's not allowed.
Yeah, that was my impression, that it's not allowed, but if it were, and there were a credible way to, avoid the backflow issues and, make sure it gets metered properly for the sewer usage calculations,
The
then.
only other issue I'd have is a concern, that we also have as a concern, is that we have an infrastructure of support, and it won't necessarily impact the cost, result in a reduced cost to the users.
Yeah.
Because of the fixed overhead.
Yeah, it's more a matter of, it's definitely probably not cheaper to put in your own well, use your own water, but it's also, at the same time, when you want to use water outside, and there's a restriction on, when you're up to level 3, 4, 5, whatever, then you'd still be able to use water. Which might make the enforcement part a little bit tougher, because you need to know who's on and who's off, but just something I wanted to throw out there.
I think there's two more questions for you or comments. Counselor Glennon?
Yeah, I guess my concern right now is that we got two conflicting reports on that. Councilor Caprielli, how were you determining that? Is that an RSA or? Because I kind of
Actually,
thought.
I know that it's been done in my neighborhood, and I know that in prior planning board meetings, and, maybe it's changed since the last time this happened, that they were charged a hookup fee and they have to hook up, but they don't, you can't make them use the water, at least that's how I understood it.
They probably still get charged the quarterly
They
minimum.
may get-
That you'd still have to pay the minimum water, if you totally took yourself off the water, I'm sure you'd still pay the minimum quarterly charge, but.
So if I understand this correctly, and it could be something that might be worth doing, if you still have to pay the minimum charge, okay? And I think if I understand you correctly, is if you had gardens and had a pool and you use your well for that purposes.
That would be excluded from the billing.
Excluded, so you would still be paying a water fee.
You
But when the ban is on, it says no watering of gardens and, stuff like that, then you could dip into your well to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you could, if it's outdoor water use, I would encourage you to use it all the time for outdoor use, so that you're not taxing
Right.
the existing system, which we all know has a limited supply. So the idea is conservation, one, get water users off the system.
Yeah, good idea. Thank you.
Counselor Jerry Hamel, I think did you have something about this just while we're on it?
Yeah, I was just going to kind of echo what was said, but what my understanding was, if the water main went in front of your property, you tied in, you didn't have to use the water. You could be shut off, but you had a minimum fee that you had to pay, and you could put your own well in, as long as you didn't, your water didn't get back into the system. You could do whatever you wanted with that water.
So I'm not necessarily looking for an answer. I just thought I'd throw it out as a suggestion, and if people, as a way to help reduce the demand on the system, and
Okay.
All right, so that's enough on that. I just want to continue a few comments from last month's meeting where I obviously had asked the town council not to renew the contract, which of course was renewed for another year. In the past, I've been at the same podium here, and I've thanked the council, thanked Mr. Dixon for jobs well done, and I've also admonished them for jobs I didn't think were well done. And, in this case here, I just don't feel as though there was such a need to rush to renew this contract that's not due for another 18 months, that I'm not sure what the rush was to get this done. I understand that in his contract it says there's a certain time period in there, but I just frankly don't understand the justification to not better pay attention to what residents have to say and to just take your time to listen to those comments. I'd like to thank the councilors that did take the time and suggest that maybe we should push this off a little bit and talk about it some more and wait for some more resident feedback or bring it up in discussion in a more public forum. But, that being said, that's a done deal, and we'll see what we go from here. I did want to clarify a few things were said at the last month's meeting. I know the meeting ran long. I appreciate the fact you let people speak pretty much as they wanted to. And I wanted to say some things at that meeting, but it was running late. So one of the comments was made relative to the Dare Fund and the Heritage Festival in 2002. And I wanted to clarify the myth that's out there that certain Dare funds were misappropriated. I'm on the Main Street Board of Directors. I'm the treasurer of the Main Street Corporation. I'm also co-chair of the Heritage Festival. In 2002, which was Newmarket's 275th anniversary, the Heritage Festival, decided to have a parade at the beginning of the festival. We estimated the cost for this parade to be about $3,000. Rod Collins, who was on the Board of Directors and on the Heritage Festival Committee, we talked about fundraising. How would we get the money? And Rod volunteered to do his corporate fundraising and earmark that money specifically for this parade. So this was early in the year, 2002. So he started his fundraising campaign. He has a lot of contacts throughout the state, and he started it. He initially started putting the money into a Patrolmen's Association account, and shortly thereafter, the Patrolmen's Association kind of disbanded, so they had to find another source to deposit the money. Rod took the money to the town, and over the ensuing months, continued to deposit the money into the Dare account through the town finance department. Ultimately, by about September, he had raised about $3,600, all deposited into the town Dare account. And that money he had raised specifically for this Heritage Festival parade, which was for the benefit of the town. When the Heritage Festival came around, he gave me a list of all of the people that had to be paid. I don't remember the exact number. It's about $3,600. And he also asked he went through the formal process within the town finance department to request a check to be issued to the Newmarket Main Street Corporation for about $3,600. And it was kind of a wash. He got the check from the town, made out to the Main Street Corporation. We deposited it and paid all of the entertainers that were in the parade. Since that time, there's been continued, not really since that time, it's really been since somebody wanted Rod Collins out of his position, that this has been kind of there's been some misstatements going around that their account was misused. And I just want that to be clarified, that it was not misused. It was a fundraiser. He used the town accounts, went through the town channels, went through the finance department, and if there was anything wrong, the finance department should have stopped it, which they didn't, because there was nothing wrong. So I just want that myth stopped. There was also reference to my association was inferred with the former Weekend group, the long defunct Weekend from, it was pretty much disbanded in the late 90s. I was never a member of that, frankly. And the Weekend acronym stood for We Care About Newmarket. Like I said, I was never really a member of that. I know many of the members, and some of them are still active in town, and some aren't. But that disbanded a long time ago, so anybody who's thinking that this whole do not renew the contract thing has something to do with Weekend is misguided. There was also a letter in the paper that didn't name names, but it inferred that an ex-counselor and his wife wrote the script that I read at the last meeting. I can guarantee you, nobody wrote that for me. I wrote it. It's my words. I don't need a ghostwriter to write for me, and I'm not a mouthpiece for somebody else. In fact, it's probably an insult it is an insult, really, to the ex-counselor and his wife. His wife is a noted writer, has been published many times nationally, including the Smithsonian Magazine, and if anybody should be insulted, it would be her. I'm not going to name names because it wasn't named in the newspaper article, but you know who you are. There were other statements in this letter to the editor referring to other people that spoke, and I will not clarify that. I'll let them do it if they so wish. Another woman wrote, suggested I had a lot of time on my hands, which I don't. I can assure you, which is why I'm not running for the town council, because I don't have enough time to be up there and do a good job. So I'll leave that up to you folks. She inferred in this letter, and at least she did name me, so that was less cowardly than the other writer.
Mr. Legault, I think the best form for you to respond to letters to the editor is probably by writing a letter to the editor.
I'm trying to avoid executing this whole thing in the newspapers, which I just want to state that...
Dave, this is a public meeting, so you're essentially doing the same thing, but just don't call people names. That's all I'm asking. You called the person cowardly. Let's not do that.
No, well, it was in the paper, so...
I don't think you want us to do that.
I'm trying to clarify the record, if you don't mind. I just want to say in this, it indicated in here that there was this, it inferred that there was this large organization of, referred to as the Mod Squad, and we have never met. This whole Mod Squad has never met. We've talked on the phone. We've traded emails. This is not an organized group of people out to execute somebody. This is strictly a bunch of residents who are concerned about our community, and we would like to see something done about it. So it's not a goon squad that somebody thinks that there's a bunch of people that don't have anything else to do. In thanks, I'd like to thank Al. Apparently he gave Rod a good recommendation down in Mashpee, helped him get his job. I appreciate that. Although I'm a little bit confused as to why we would spend over $12,000 to get rid of him if he gave him such a good recommendation. It just befuddles me. Thank you. And I would like to suggest that future town administrator contracts not be renewed, or the language not be in the contract to be renewed 18 months in advance. I don't think it's in the best interest of the town of Newmarket, its residents, or its taxpayers. So again, I thank you for your time, and look forward to more conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Legault. I'd like to respond to something you said, which I think it was unfair for you to suggest that this council ignored the comments of the public that were made at that meeting. Because if you had attended the next meeting, you will note that we did interview 2 town employees, of which had direct involvement with 2 of the accusations made. That was done in public, so it wasn't hiding.
I know it was done in public.
And I think that if you listen to the tape of that, you'll see the responses from those 2 employees who, if anyone has direct involvement with them, would probably think they're probably the 2 most honest employees in this town government. Not that there's any dishonest people, but the most ones, the ones that are most ethical and stickler to the rules. So
I understand what you're saying, and I don't think anybody suggested that they weren't.
Okay. I just want.
But I wouldn't expect them to say anything else either.
Well, then that's impingent upon their honor to suggest that they're going to lie about what happened.
Yeah.
Just by suggesting that. So I think you might want to talk to them directly if you're going to suggest that in public.
I didn't.
You just did. So, thank you, Mr. Legault.
Thanks for your time.
Anyone else from the public like to speak?
I got a small message here.
Sure, come on up.
Speak up. Okay, I'm Ed Porterado. I live on Exeter Road, Newmarket. I think it's time that the council take into consideration of putting on the town reports and school reports, town employees' names and earnings. Because I think it's about time we start doing this. Because I did bring it up at the school preliminary meeting they had, and they were kind of, well, they not accepted it, but they were interested in it, you know what I mean? But I think it's time we did this. Because I did get a copy from Dixon and the school. And I think in some cases, I mean, I think the people should know some of the earnings on there. One question I do have to ask.
Sure.
we only get the earnings. Now, what is the plus after that? 25% with all the pension and health insurance and all that, what does that amount to, of their earnings?
Go ahead.
25%?
I'd say between 25 and 30% for the fringe benefit overhead.
Because I think it's kind of interesting that we see this in there, because, I mean, they're doing very well, some police in town, above well. I just kind of think is, who makes that decision? We had it in the reports years and years ago, but somewhere along the line it was dropped, you know? So I think it's time to do it. We're a big town now and big expenses and a lot of employees.
Okay.
I just thought I'd bring it up in front of you. I asked you one time about it.
Yeah, I think you did ask me last meeting.
Now, whose decision would that be, the council or what?
The council could take the action to direct the administration to include that.
I appreciate if you look at it and consider it and talk about it.
I think we will. Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
Thank you, Brian. Renan Cohen, 333 Wadley Falls Road. Just wanted to follow up on a few things that David suggested a minute ago. Number one, I wanted to address the DARE account issue because that is an important one to me as president of the Newmarket Main Street Corporation here in town. And I wanted to ask the question of the council and the administrator if there's anyone up there tonight who would care to say that somehow the DARE account was misused, because if it was, I would like to know that it was misused, and I would like to know how it was misused, because it behooves me to know that. And I was never, as president of the Newmarket Main Street Corporation, I would have expected that if something was amiss, that I would have been contacted perhaps to suggest that something was wrong. And I've to date received no communication of any sort.
Mr. Cohen, that's a misstatement, because you and I have discussed the DARE account, and I have discussed it with Mr. Legault.
Brian,
Within the last year.
we discussed it over the phone very cursorily,
But
and
we
at
did
that
discuss-
time, you suggested that it was non-public,
And that's why.
and that's why we haven't talked about
That's
it.
why I don't think this council will comment on it.
Perhaps, but I think that to the extent that it's a possibility right now, and at this date.
Right
And if
now,
it's not possible, that's one thing.
I don't think it is possible.
But if it is possible,
And-
to any extent, I think I deserve to know, and I think our group and our board deserves to know.
And I don't think it is possible, given, for a couple reasons. One, there is no more DARE account. There is no money in it. Two,
Okay.
we're moving forward,
Okay.
not backwards. I think that's important for the town because we have a lot of critical issues that we're trying to address with, and going backwards won't let us address the water issues, Phase 2, Black Bear TIF, and the business park. So that's kind of what my thinking is, and I would suggest to the entire council that speaking about the issues that we dealt with in non-public, in public, would put us at risk and would not be in the best interest of the town.
I've been up there, and I would address this to all the members of the council. I've been up there myself 5 years, and I know that those issues that are non-public are not, obviously not to be disclosed, and that there is a clear wall between what is public and what is non. I do understand, however, that this issue of how monies were used for that particular festival is still, at least in my mind, maybe not in anyone else's mind, but in my mind, still a current piece of the pie because it's being talked about. And so in the sense that it's being talked about, I need to address it and be clear that I'm thinking about it, and be clear that if there is something that can be communicated to me and to the board, that it be communicated. I'm not suggesting that there is anything right at this point.
Maybe if the Main Street Corporation wanted to provide us with a list of the donors that made those contributions towards the $3,600 Mr. Legault referred to, that might be of benefit to the town to have. But that's the only thing I would.
I would entertain such a request in writing for sure, and I think that if it were given to the board, we would do our best to honor it. I'm sure David would try to honor
Again, I guess that would be going backwards. Probably not.
And I would in turn suggest that if that were forthcoming to us, that perhaps something would be going the other way as well.
Sure. I think that, well, go ahead. Go ahead.
I wanted to address the issue of we can. Speaking of old history, this is very old history. I want to dispel the notion right here and right now that this group is in existence. In fact, I just wanted to make one statement. I don't believe there was anyone who spoke at the last council meeting in reference to the administrator issue who in fact even was at any time a member of that group. That's how dissociated that particular issue is from that particular group. You know, I can, in all honesty, say that I can't think of one person who spoke that night on that issue who was a member of that.
Okay.
So I just wanted to dispel that notion, and I also wanted to state that I think people are acting as independent citizens based on their conscience, and that's something that as a democracy we should honor. I mean,
No one on the council has suggested otherwise. Those were letters to the editor that Mr. Legault was referring to, Mod Squad and stuff. The council didn't say that, so.
Right. And I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. No one, I wanted to address the issue of being a mouthpiece for someone, of David being a mouthpiece for me. So I'll clearly state for the record that I think the reference was to me and to my wife, Suki. You know, I just wanted to dispel the notion in any way that I'm connected to that statement or any other statement that was made that night. If I want to speak for myself, or if Suki wants to speak for herself, we will. If it's in our conscience and in our thought to have something that we feel is important to say on any issue, we will step forward and do that. And to make a suggestion that somebody would be speaking for us or that we would be underhanded enough to have that happen is just something that I publicly don't want to tolerate. And I can write that letter to the editor too, and I may, but I wanted to also say it here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you. Yes, Councilor Caparelli is actually first, then you. Okay, Councilor Glenn.
Mr. Cohen, in reference to your comment about the dare account and how it was all set up and everything, and how you felt that nothing went to Rick's then. Yeah, I was going to help, actually.
Keep talking so they watch you.
I think you have the attention right now. Thanks, Rick.
Lorianne, your name tag is wrong up there.
Clay Mitchell.
Rick, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Glenn, go ahead.
I just want to say, in your comment that you were saying, and the same thing with Mr. Legault, that you didn't see anything wrong. I have to admit, as a counselor, I was on that board at the time. I was the vice chair of the Heritage Festival, along with Chief Collins, and all of the public hearings and the non-public hearings, I have to say, I'm still confused to where everything went wrong. So, you're not out there alone. I just felt, I had to say that because I was part of that, and I understood how he was doing it. Whether it was the right way or not, that remains to be seen, but I don't think any money was taken. It was all legit done. I think the process to which it was done, which we have talked about, may have been questionable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right?
Is there anyone who would like to speak that hasn't spoken yet in the public forum about non-agenda items? Sir? Thank you.
Thank you. This is my wife, Amy, and I am Mark Thompson, 109 Langs Lane. You should have a set of copies before you of communications between us and Mr. Dixon over the last several years regarding the issue we have with road development in front of our house. I just want to have the opportunity to refresh the council as to the status of that communication or lack thereof at this point. I just want to bring to the floor whether or not there are any plans at this juncture to further assist us in our requests. We welcome any suggestions the council has relevant to the information you have in front of you.
The last correspondence was sent to the town
October 5th?
October 5th. We received no further response to that. Several phone conversations were had between myself and Mr. Foster. The most recent message, I leave him messages now every couple of months. I have never heard anything back. I did not receive a final letter from the town, Mr. Dixon, as requested. We are still experiencing the same problems, although the trash truck situation of taking down our phone and cable lines every time they went up the road has been remedied by those utility companies. We still have excessive water in our basement. Our driveway has still not been tied into the new road. The grade, I know Mr. Glennon was over the other day, the new grade is still extensively steep. The work has not been completed in any form. We all reviewed a videotape. We have dissenting opinions as far as what the original grade was versus the photographs and the actual grades now. There are very clear tree markings that can be seen on the videotape. The black strip for the gypsy worms that is now a lot closer to the road. It's tough to see right now, obviously, with snow on the road. We would like to know what the town intends to do based on the quote-unquote road improvements that have, we felt, been a detriment to our property in this town. And we want to know why we haven't managed to get an answer.
I just have a quick question.
Sure, Councilor Glennon.
Just so the council knows, I received the call the other night, and I went over, it was yesterday morning, I think, on my way to work at 7 o'clock. Amy had talked to me, and I talked with Mark, and basically what I asked them to do is to come to the meeting tonight, that this would be given, and I think if we could just do some clarification here, is Lang's Lane at one point, back in 2001 maybe? Or 2002, it was resurfaced, right?
It was reclaimed and
Reclaimed, okay. So basically what they're saying, that they've had some problems since then. So what I would like to do, rather than have this totally hashed out in the public, okay? And I don't think that's what you're looking for.
No.
Is to ask the council to ask Mr. Dixon to work with them. Because the last response they got, they're correct. You did say October 5th. However, you didn't say the year. The year is
2002. I'm sorry, 2002.
Which I think is quite a long time to get an answer. And if you read this documentation, it's in chronological order. And Mr. Dixon did ask them for some information. They responded back to it, and they haven't heard since. Now, I don't know what the reasons are. It could be a lot going on in your plate. But I would just ask at this point if we can get this couple, along with Mr. Malasky and Mr. Dixon, to work with them. Because obviously they're not happy with the end results. That makes sense?
Well, I know that this was brought before the council in the past. I know Scott visited the property. I believe the Public Highway Safety Committee did as well before you were on it. So.
Is that Mr. Dalrymple and Mr. Pickering?
Yeah, well, I do recall, because it would have been when Larry was on the council and Herb, so that would have been 2 years ago, yeah. That's all I recall.
Yeah.
So my assumption was that it had been dealt with, but apparently it hasn't been dealt with to your satisfaction.
No, I think that's Mr. Foster's assumption too. Is it something that would be done? And he was very helpful initially. And again, we get busy. We know that the council is busy. Part of the reason is I know that fairly recently, somebody brought up a complaint and was asked by, I believe, you, Mr. Hart, why he hadn't mentioned anything in 2 years if it was such a big issue. Don't remember what the whole thing was. And part of the reason that you're just hearing from us again after, quote-unquote, 2 years and now 3, actually, since the original reclaiming, is, frankly, we thought we were the only ones in this boat. We thought we were the only ones that don't get a response. It's fighting City Hall. It's very difficult when, you know, everybody's got families, we understand that. But to have, at some point, really a lot of anger on our part that the town has no regard for its citizens, at least as far as we were concerned. And then recent happenings in the town and the ensuing publicity all of a sudden made us realize that we were not the only ones in this boat. We were not the only ones who are not being accounted to. And at some point, yeah, this is why we're here. This is why we feel we need to speak up. You know, you let sleeping dogs lie and you go on with your own life and you figure, that's just government, install a bunch of red tape. But this is garbage. And there are other people that have had very similar issues, and we just want it resolved. There's 2 issues. Why the council, and therefore the administrator, doesn't think that they're accountable to the taxpayers in this town. And second of all, a whole separate issue, which we will deal with in public, is how we're going to fix this. I mean, there's really 2 clear issues here. And I thought that, we both thought that it was time to just bring this to light, that there are other stories out there like ours. And hopefully that will motivate people so that you have a full story from people who really are out here, who aren't happy, and from whom you haven't heard before because we thought we were in the minority.
We'll make
Okay.
the offer available to whomever's in this room that, to make light of our particular situation, as the council members who did show up to review our situation at the property, which included at the time Mr. Dixon, Mr. Dalrymple, Mr. Mulaski, etc. Mr. Foster was there. The best thing I can tell you is come visit the house. The second thing I will tell you is that my recollection of that whole meeting where the councilors were there, and Mr. Mulaski, was the difficulty that they had getting out of our driveway. It was classic.
I had a hard time the other day, too.
We have trouble even having our driveway plowed. Mr. Bernier across the street does our plowing, and I had to get him out one night, a year or so ago. It was, we call it the auxiliary landing strip for peas.
And it's steep and it's a lot wider than it used to be.
The problem might be,
So,
aside from semantics about driveway design and aprons being tied in and all that, our focus is drainage, our focus is reconstructing the driveway, and our focus is also ensuring that we're not tearing undersides of our vehicles off by trying to cap the grade onto the new road, because that has not been matched. And that was the last effort that anybody had heard about from the town. There was an offer on the table, to my recollection, that involved some redesign of our driveway to allow a better tie-in to the road surface without modifying the road. But we still feel that that would
well, there wasn't really, that was at the existing grade.
it was at the existing grade, but it will still give us a problem with drainage. It won't fix anything but possibly an aesthetic value, so it's still an issue out there.
I'd like to apologize that this hasn't been resolved to your satisfaction, and I appreciate you coming here tonight to talk about it, and I think it's something that the council, I think everybody here doesn't want to see this kind of problem continue for any citizens. So what I guess what I'll suggest is that I'll meet with you, Mr. Dixon, and Mr. Mulaski, and figure out how to get it resolved and make that time frame soon.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Is that okay? The first step.
The last letter that you have, just for the record, the last letter that you have of October 5th, 2002 was the last correspondence that we had.
Okay.
As far as anything from the town, and there have been no formal proposals made by the town.
Okay.
Thank you.
What I'll do is meet with Mr. Mulaski and Mr. Dixon this week and figure out, understand their perspective, and not on why it hasn't happened, but what they suggest is our responsibility, and then we'll try to meet with
Okay.
you next week.
And Mr. Foster's just right down the road. He's very familiar with the
that would
property.
make sense, too.
I'm sure he can help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Would anyone else that hasn't spoken yet in the public forum like to speak? All right, is there anyone else who wanted to speak again? Mr. Cohen?
Just briefly to further clarify the DARE issue one more time, at the time that process was unfolding, I just want to state for the record, I, as president at the time of the organization, had no idea if in fact there was any illegitimate garnering of money in any particular account that was illegitimate. I just want to state that for the record. I don't believe that anybody on our board felt that that was the case. It was certainly never discussed in terms of legitimate or illegitimate. I just figured it was entirely within bounds the entire time. But right or wrong, my point tonight is that if it's possible for us to know anything about the legitimacy or illegitimacy of the process, the board would like to know it. That's my problem. That's my comment in response to what Councilor Glennon just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dalrymple?
I'm told that they're not trying to execute anybody. Maybe I could take off my bulletproof jacket. I am not bound by any of the rules that you folks are. If you would like, I will explain the DARE situation.
I think you're still bound by whatever you know from non-public.
Pardon?
I think you're still bound by whatever you know from
No,
non-public.
I am not. All this transpired since I've been off of the council, and 4 meetings with the chief.
Mr. Dalrymple, maybe you should have a private discussion with the Main Street Corporation since they're the ones who have the questions.
I respect your decision. Thank you.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak? Okay. Thank you. We're going to close the public hearing forum at 8:12. The next item is Mr. Hawkins' school update. Thank you for being here. We try to get him early on the agenda so he can have one night home.
Well, I'm going to be here for the duration.
Okay, good.
Well, maybe you should put your last in.
This is as eloquent as I've ever heard Herb Dalrymple be.
Short
Good
and
job,
sweet.
Herbie. One of your best. The school facilities committee had a big meeting the other night with 44 members of the public. Real successful, got some great ideas about how to go ahead with our process and some great input into the major issues that we're looking at. What you need to know, it's very important for all the public to know, is that on March 19th, 2005, there will be one of Newmarket, we seem to have these annually in Newmarket, a charrette, this time about issues of education and school facilities. It'll be held in the high school gymnasium, not the gymnasium, the cafeteria. I think we're planning on starting at 8:30, having building tours, people come through the building and then meet and discuss ideas for the remainder of the day in the cafeteria. The school district will provide free food, which I know is important to many people on the council.
Donuts?
You want donuts? I'll put you down for donuts.
Chris, is that AM? 8:30 AM?
Yes.
8:30 p.m. There'll be beer.
That's what I was hoping it would be PM.
8:30 a.m.
So
BYOB. So that's going to be happening, and that's going to be very important. Everybody is invited. We're hoping to have a professional facilitator there. We've been trying to talk to somebody from UNH to come down and give us a hand with that. So shortly after that meeting, the School Facilities Committee will be making a final recommendation to the school board.
Chris, could you give that date one more time?
March 19th, Saturday.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm relatively new to town, and my oldest is in kindergarten, so I'm just getting acclimated with the school system. And I've heard rumblings about potential new high school. Is this what you're discussing?
Yes.
Okay, this is my first town meeting too, so you'll have to excuse my ignorance.
Yes.
So you're actually talking about a whole new facility?
We are talking about everything, but that is one of the things we are talking about. And the nice lady sitting right next to you is Linda Montagani, who's also on the school board,
Okay.
and is also involved in this process also.
So it's a whole new facility in addition, would it be K through 12? And if that's the case, why would we use the existing dwelling and?
No, it wouldn't be K through 12. I
So
want
keep
to.
that separate, right, so the K
Yeah.
through 5 is separate, so we're talking junior, middle, senior high school.
That's one of the many things we're talking about, but that is the primary thing we're talking about at this point.
Okay, so a whole new building, so what would take place, what would happen with the existing building, and why wouldn't you use the existing building? The 19th? So, okay.
The existing building is being used. I'm not
No,
sure.
I mean, if you're going to build a new one, what will you do with the existing building that's there now?
That's an excellent question,
I think so.
and I don't know the answer to that.
All right.
That's why we come to you and ask you.
Well, I
What
think
should
it
we do
would
with
be
the existing
fantastic
building?
if we use an existing dwelling and, maybe just,
There's a whole variety of reasons. I don't want to turn this into a school board meeting because the council
I don't
doesn't have
either,
the patience for it. But I will suggest that if you go to the school district's website,
I have.
and there's a thing there that says SAU information, something on the website, and you click that link, you will get the results of the community survey about the education facilities, you will get the engineering reports and the program analysis about the school facilities, and that'll give you a good background.
Okay.
And that may answer a bunch of
Okay,
questions.
fair enough.
But I'm happy to talk to you, and if you want to give Linda your name, we're happy to talk further. So, hi.
Sorry, guys.
I'm back.
That's okay. Understandable question.
So that's basically where we're at, and the search for property goes on. It is intensified very much in the last week or so, and we're getting an awful lot of help from an awful lot of people, including Mr. Hamill, in helping us in that effort, and we're very hopeful that you'll have something positive. We'll have something positive to report in the near future. We're always hopeful of that. So, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions from the council for Mr. Hawkins? Okay. Next agenda item is town council to consider acceptance of minutes. Councilor Foster.
We can make a motion that we move the acceptance or consideration of acceptance of minutes to the end of the meeting, or at least to in between number 9 and 10.
Without making that a formal motion, can we just agree to put it at the end of the agenda?
I ask why?
We have a lot of public forum hearings coming up. We're gonna do it tonight. We're gonna accept those minutes tonight.
Oh, okay. No, I just wanted to know why.
There's a lot of people
Scott
here
had
for
to
some of
leave and he
these.
wanted to skip out on it.
So, is that all right? All right, great. Agenda item number 5, we have 3 public hearings, and then the Russo property, then budget. So, first one is a public hearing on the acceptance of a grant for $20,000 from the Department of Children, Youths, and Families. It's actually Division of Children, Youth, and Families in Human Health and Human Resources. The grant will be used to provide at-risk teens through Club Chameleon, which is a program of the Recreation Department, with constructive experiences, exemplary role models in order to foster personal growth, behaviors, and self-worth, so that they can learn to interact with their peers and adults in a positive manner. We have 3 members of the recreation staff here. Jim Hilton, I forgot his name, but he's the master grant writer. And Annalise is here too.
I'd like Annalise to speak up if there are any questions.
Sure.
And I'd like to welcome her back, seeing as she's got back
Yes.
with us.
Woo.
Doing great.
We're glad to see that you're here.
Thank you.
If you could come up to the microphone podium, that'd be great. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry.
She can see in black and white and red.
Yeah.
That's why I got red. Accepting the Oscar nomination for her lead role in Ray.
This is a renewal of a grant that we originally started the program with.
Okay.
And the money will be used to provide scholarships to each child in the program to continue to take trips with us. Any trips it's all wilderness adventure trips, 3-day weekends. So it doesn't cost anything to the parents of the children involved.
Okay.
And that way we level our playing field so that every child in town can participate with us.
How many kids participated last year, approximately?
We had, at the start of the program, 60 children, and now we have 110.
Oh, wow. How many, I'm just curious. I think it's a great program, and I've heard a lot of good things from people about it. And I saw the report that the schedule, that was great, by the way. Good job, whoever did that. How many trips would that be? Like, just out of curiosity.
It's 1 weekend a month
Okay,
that we go out.
Okay, great. Councilor Glennon, I think has a question, or?
Are all of these children from Newmarket?
They're all residents of Newmarket, ages 10 to 16 years old.
Okay. This is a continuous grant, you said, right? So we're just...
It's a renewal of a grant that we originally got last year. We
Okay.
reapply each year for it. We're not sure if we'll get it next year. We are looking for
All right,
alternative funding as well.
That's my question. What do you think would happen? Would the program be dismantled, or...
Absolutely not.
Would it be rolled into the budget for...
No.
We're going to continue to look for other sources.
Other sources.
We have up
On
to
a
3 years
continued
with the
basis.
DCYF.
Okay.
This is our second year.
The second year, okay. And I also want to, I don't know who did this, but compliment on that wonderful brochure that went out.
That was Amy Gigandi, the Assistant Recreation Director, who put that together.
was done very tastefully, very tactfully, and very professionally. Thank you.
Scott's happy that his son was on the front cover.
Yes, I know.
We had a brown nose, the town
I may
councilor.
want to take that back.
With his finger at his nose?
Is there anybody from the public who'd like to, or did you have anything else you wanted to add about it? Okay. Now we'll turn it over to the public hearing on the acceptance of the grant. Anyone from the public like to comment on the acceptance of this grant? All right, seeing none, close the public hearing. Is there any discussion in the town council? Someone like to make a motion regarding this? Counselor Caprioli?
I'll make a motion to accept the grant for $20,000 from the Department of Children, Youth and Families for Club Chameleon.
I'll second that.
Counselor Glenn? Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll on the motion to accept the $20,000 from Division of Children, Youth, and Families for the Club Chameleon program.
Councilor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Councilor Caprioli.
Aye.
Councilor Brian Marson.
Aye.
Councilor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Councilor Glennon.
Aye.
Councilor Foster.
Aye.
Councilor Hart.
Aye.
Carries.
Thank you. Great job. Next, I think.
Yeah, the next one is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the next one's you too. This is a public hearing on the acceptance of a grant of $3,564 from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation. The purpose of this grant is to help support integrating children with autism into the recreation department's programs.
Yes, that's right now focusing on the summer camp program, and it is to provide support for children on the autism spectrum who would need help to be successful in the program. It also is going to provide a couple of workshops to educate the summer camp staff on strategies to help these children.
And are the children with autism from Newmarket?
Yes, they are.
Sorry,
No,
very parochial.
it's fine.
Counselor Glennon?
I think you answered my question because I wanted to know, was this going to be a year-round thing? But it sounds like it's just for the summer.
At this point in time, this one is just for the summer, yes.
Okay, and do you identify some of these children through the school system?
Yes, we are in collaboration with the school system.
You are,
Yes.
okay, all right. Thank you.
Is there anybody from the public who would like to comment on the acceptance of the grant of $3,564 to support the Recreations Department work with children with autism? Ed Pardoir.
Is there any grants out there for senior citizens?
Working on it.
No, you know, we took so much for everybody else, but what about the senior citizens here?
Working on
We
it.
can't spend our own enjoyment. You have enough money for it.
I think that's a good suggestion and I think the department they've talked to us before about how to better integrate the senior citizen community into the recreation department programs. So that's a good suggestion, Mr. Pereira. Ms. Jarvis, or did I?
Just quickly, Danny, you made it sound like this grant was being written and then to look to see if there were students in our school systems that wanted to go to this camp that had autism. And I personally know people that in the past have had children with autism who've tried to participate in this program and could not. So this is really an after the fact that children have not been able to use this program because we haven't had grant money to do
Okay.
so.
All right, thank you.
And would it be safe to assume that if any of the staff that are here year-round were trained, that would be helpful for the rest of the year, if we had children with autism participating in other programs?
Yes, we're actually looking for more grant funding so that we could make it more inclusive year-round, yes.
Okay. Any further comments from the public? All right. Is there a motion from the council regarding acceptance of a $3,564 grant from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation? Councilor Caprioli.
I'll make a motion to accept the grant of $3,564 from the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation for the Recreation Department.
I'll second that.
Councilor Glennon, seconds. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Councilor Caprioli.
Aye.
Councilor Marson.
Aye.
Councilor Will Hamel. Councilor Glennon.
Aye.
Councilor Foster.
Aye.
Councilor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
The next public hearing is on Ordinance 2005-03, Amendment to Ordinance 2004-06, the establishment of a Capital Improvement Plan Committee. This is redefining the committee membership at the request of the committee's chairman. I'm not going to read the ordinance, but just to give you all a quick summary, and there are copies at the front if you're interested. Right now, there's 9 members on the committee, and they've had a hard time getting a quorum. So this would reduce the committee membership to 5 members with 2 alternates. There would still be the same representation of departments and committees on the Capital Improvement Plan Committee, which would consist of a council member, a planning board, and a budget committee member, the finance director, and the town planner. There would be an alternate from the planning board and from the budget committee. This has been suggested by the committee itself. Would anyone like to discuss this proposed amendment to the ordinance? Okay, seeing none, move on to the discussion. Would someone from the council like to make a motion regarding ordinance 2005-03?
To the business meeting?
This is our chance to pass it.
You wanna do it here?
At what point do we go into discussion after we vote on it?
Usually you make the motion, then discuss the motion. Counselor Foster.
Make amendment, to pass the ordinance 2005-03, an amendment to ordinance 2004-06, establishment of a capital improvements plan committee relating to the decrease of the committee membership.
Okay, great. Is there a second? Second. Counselor Wolfram will seconds. Is there discussion?
Yeah, I have a question.
Counselor Glennon.
I thought we had originally, when the chairman came in and made this request, that there was discussion that when we reduced it, that we would keep some as alternates.
Yeah, it says alternates.
But we didn't, are we saying how many, ratify?
One
Five?
planning,
Two?
one
I'm
budget.
sorry, I stand to be corrected.
That's okay. Any other discussion? Counselor Foster?
Just being a member of this committee, the number was a little, not only, it was difficult sometimes to get everyone there, but the number was a little unwieldy as far as actually being able to hash some things out. So I think the smaller number will allow us to get things done, at least to the point to bring them to the council and to the public. So.
Great. Okay, please call the roll on ordinance 2005-03.
Counselor Jerry Hamel. Aye. Counselor Calpioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison. Aye. Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next agenda item is to vote on the acquisition of the Russo property on Packers Falls Road for $310,000 for use as an athletic field. With the last meeting, we did have a discussion on this and had a public hearing on it, and there were a lot of people, I think, that were here last time spoke on this. So first we'll have a more presentation from Jim Hilton and members of the Open Space Committee about this proposal, so we can answer some of those questions that came up during that last public hearing. And I will entertain brief comments, but again, the key thing is brief because we did have the last public hearing. Thank you, Jim. Go ahead.
Chairman, I'm going to speak first, and I'll have Drew speak second. And I'm also going to show you an actual slide of the proposed concept in a second here.
Okay.
In the fall of 2003, the council hired Land Futures Incorporated, the Nordic Group, McFarland Group, as consultants to design a 10-year master plan in conjunction with a 10-year master plan committee that was formed by interested Newmarket citizens of the town, of which Chris Hawkins is the chair. As part of that process in January 2004, these consultants, with the assistance of the 10-year master plan committee, conducted a recreational needs survey for the town of Newmarket. 1 out of every 3 households were targeted, and the results were resounding that the town's #1 need was recreation fields for team sports. Also in that survey, trail connectivity scored extremely high. This is connecting one conservation or recreation town-owned parcel to another, and proved a need that most residents believe should take place. The complete 10-year master plan document will be available for the council's review at the end of February 2005. The 10-year master plan committee, along with its consultants, looked at many parcels of land that could possibly be used for fields. The landowners either wanted too much money, weren't interested, or were holding their land for the future. The 10-year master plan, along with its consultants, even looked at innovative ways to reconfigure land that was currently in recreation use. This exercise didn't gain anywhere near the needed space that would be required to sustain in the team usage for the next 2 to 5 years, because team usage is at critical mass in the current fields.
Sorry for the interruption, Jim. We just wanted to make sure we had some information.
I do.
Thank you.
Yes. The consultants of the 10-year master plan identified Leary Field parcel as a potential property that could be developed for fields. However, it would require a road to access the property and additional land to accommodate adequate parking and a softball, baseball field. This is when the purchase and sales possibility moved to the Russo property, and a purchase and sale agreement was reached. I'm trying to give you a little history here. Sure. The 10-year master plan asked the consultants to create a concept drawing to scale of a softball, baseball, soccer field complex scenario, taking into account the Leary Field parcel and the Russo parcel. The concept drawing was brought forward to the Conservation Commission, and a question was posed, would the Conservation Commission be willing to exchange 10 of the 17 acres of Leary Field property back to open space to be used for recreation fields and trail establishment? The Conservation Commission indicated through a consensus that they would be willing to do so. And I told them the Recreation Department was going to apply for a land and water conservation grant for $100,000, and based upon the outcome would return back to them. In October, along with Eric Walton, the Recreation Department grant writer, we began the long process of collecting data and writing the grant for the Land and Water Conservation Fund. We worked through the Planning Department, the Town Administrator, the 10-year Master Plan, the Open Space Committee, to create the balance of conservation, recreation, open space, to ensure the protection of Fallis Brook water source, and outline connectivity options of conservation properties that were owned by the town in that area, i.e. the Loisel property to the Leary Field land parcel. On January 20th, the town of Newmarket received notice that we had been awarded the Land and Water Conservation Fund grant for $100,000 that would be matched by $98,000 cash in the recreation section of the Capital Reserve Fund. An additional in-kind service that would act as a match was part of our application also. Also in January, the Recreation Department applied for a grant for $12,500 to the New Hampshire Trails Program that is funded through the Moose license plate issuance. This grant would connect the Leary Field parcel to the Loisel parcel with a 2.2-mile trail, with the trail work taking place in 2006. The trail system would allow for walking, hiking, and cross-country and snowshoeing, cross-country skiing. The town of Newark would be notified of the results of this application in the late spring of 2005, and then the Conservation Commission has been briefed of this application and will be apprised of the results as soon as the town is notified. So now, this is the concept drawing that was drawn up by the 10-year master plan consultant of Land Futures, Bill Hoffman. He's a landscape architect. By the way, this is a concept drawing. That's all it is, a concept drawing. Number one, the drawing shows that it's absolutely essential to purchase the Russo property to A, and I don't have one of those fancy pointers, to provide an access road to the proposed complex. You see that the road that's coming into where the actual parking, that's the road that would actually come into the process. It wouldn't be by Trotter Park because it's too close to the Fallis Brook water source. So the actual entrance and egress would be right from there. Okay. B, allow for adequate parking provisions to take place. Currently, at this point in time, there are 64 parking spaces that are proposed, and that would be, again, on that property. C, give the project the required space needed to build a softball, baseball field. After the last talking with all the individuals, we looked at that possibility, and we could back this up anywhere from 65 to 85 feet to give us the distance we need to A, cause a baseball field to be built and have a dirt infield so that could be played softball and baseball, and also it could take it off of the soccer field on the bottom. I don't know if you can see that bottom soccer field. That's on Leary Field project. And D, allow for a large clearing for an additional soccer practice field now or in the future. And that soccer field is over to the left. I don't know if you can see it right there. That's correct, right there. That soccer field. And that will not be with irrigation and drainage. All of this is going to be a leveled area at this point in time because we don't have the money to be able to build all of this. But allow us to at least have a practice field to allow us to be able to play on there. The actual soccer field that will be the premier field, or the field, is the soccer field in the lower part. That part right there is actually the field that will, it's a 300 by 320, a regulation size soccer field. It's 200 plus feet from the Fallis Brook. And it allows us to be able to have soccer and baseball and then a practice field on the other side. Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, can I just finish and then you can ask?
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll have
Sure.
the comment chance shortly.
The land and water conservation site work must take place at Leary Field. It cannot be moved to another parcel. If we decide not to purchase the Russo property and continue on with another project at a different location, we would have to graciously refuse the awarded money. I just want you to be aware of that. After 1 year of exhaustive research, this property is our only concrete option at this time. We have to build fields ready for play in the fall of 2006 or in the spring of 2007. That's how long we are from the time if we went with this project. We cannot even consider this project continuous without the purchase of Russo property. If this purchase did not take place, we could be talking about a grim reality of fields being available by 2008 or even 2009. And that is if a landowner or parcel option becomes available to the town. I don't even know if that's possible at this point in time. But that's just to say, if there was something that came available, that's what it would take as far as time's concerned.
All right,
I don't know if, would you like me to have Drew talk and then ask some questions, and I have some answers on some questions you have after, but maybe both of us talk? That would, I think that'd be smart. And Chris, I mean, you wanted to speak too? That'd be great.
Chris, if you can be as short and eloquent as Mr. Dalrymple was, I'd be impressed.
What do you say? My report was...
Drew's a member of the Open Space Committee.
Yeah, Drew Kefauver, 50 Elm Street. I'm a member of the Open Space Committee and we'll be speaking on their behalf this evening. I handed out and passed down little information sheets related to this. Much of it's already been covered by Jim. I'd just like to highlight a few points. The Open Space Commission was created in 2002 following the passage of a $2 million bond. One of the reasons that was cited for the passage of that bond was to purchase lands for use for athletic fields and other outdoor recreations. We have been working continuously and diligently trying to find properties to buy for that purpose. This is the first property that we've been able to bring forward to this level, i.e. to the town council, with this in mind. We've spoken with over a dozen different landowners and for a variety of reasons have not been able to get it to this point. We see this as an opportunity that we should consider very seriously. As I said, the primary purpose is acquisition for athletic fields. It would also have other passive recreation, i.e. the trail system that Jim mentioned. It also abuts up to other town-owned property down here in the bottom where it says path. That's land that's already owned by the town, by the waterworks, I believe. The proximity to downtown makes this site relatively easy for people to walk or bike to, which can also help minimize the number of parking spaces required. It is close to Follett's Brook. However, we believe there's a sufficient buffer there to not impact our water supply. And we would sooner see an athletic recreation site out there than a development. The proposed financing for this would be to use some of the monies from the $2 million open space bond to purchase the Rousseau property and then subdivide off the house and sell that off, and with that money going back into the open space bond property to minimize the overall cost to the town and to the open space bond. That's all I'd like to say.
Mr. Hawkins?
And welcome any questions.
Go ahead, Chris, and then we'll entertain questions from the whole thing.
Who's through here?
Go ahead, Rizzo.
There's a lot of people here who are on the front lines of the recreation war, who are going to speak more eloquently than I can about the details of the need. And you've heard the need expressed 100 times. But I want to say it again briefly. The overall approach to recreation that's going to come out of the recreation master plan is two-pronged. There is an immediate short-term need to relieve the pressure on B field, especially at the high school. The field is literally falling apart. There's very little topsoil left. And it's not going to be safely playable, in my opinion, and I think Jim would probably echo this. The purpose of this acquisition is primarily to address that short-term immediate need to provide facilities so that our existing facilities can get a breather, be properly maintained and rebuilt, and we can continue on with them into the future. I've said and will continue to say and will continue to believe that the long-term needs for recreation for additional facilities is going to be folded into the discussion of the schools. I think that makes the most sense. But I did want to kind of put that context out there again. Another thing that Drew, I'm sure, had in mind but neglected to mention is that in terms of the impact on the watershed is there are a set of best management practices for recreation fields that we would obviously encourage and expect Mr. Mulaski and the town crew to use, and I'm sure that won't be an issue. So I think this is a great step towards addressing that immediate need to take the fields offline just to preserve what you already have, and a great opportunity, for the town as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins. First, are there any questions from the council for the presenters?
Questions for them?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Councilor Glennon.
I'm not sure who wants to answer this, but with regards to the residents in that area, what are you getting for feedback from those people who obviously are going to be having all of this traffic in there? Have you done some type of survey with people in the area? I mean, it's great for me to be sitting out on New Village area and living. It's not going to impact me, but what about the people in that area?
There's still at least 2 or 3 public hearings where we're still a ways away here from moving to the point where this is even going to be, to tell you the truth, to have a concept drawing sitting here so you can see what we're talking about. We're in the process now where we have to sit down again with the Conservation Commission and talk to them. We've got to sit down with a public hearing regarding the receiving the grant. All that input, I'm more than happy to do that. I'm more than happy to, I've listened very much to individuals that have talked, what's going on with this thing. And really, in essence, it's the people's choice. I mean, this is a choice. I mean, I think people have loudly and clearly, I hope there's individuals here that will also talk regarding fields and how the impact is. But I also understand that there are other individuals with other ideas. And the thing is this is truly a community, and that's what we want to do. We want people to be heard from that community.
So basically, what we're going to be doing tonight is to give the okay to purchase that property. But once we give that okay and the purchase is done, your $100,000 has to be used for that project.
That's correct. And what will happen is there'll be a public hearing regarding that to accept it. Also, there'll be lots of discussion regarding this actual project itself. It'll be molded. I mean, this is a concept drawing.
Okay. Are you proposing any night activity?
No.
With lights?
No.
Okay.
No. Those are the questions I was more than willing to. No, there's not going to be any lights.
Okay. And I know this is still preliminary, because obviously if you've done something like this, before I would want to make a decision on anything like that is, what is the cost going to be to the taxpayer to maintain this facility? Because we all talk about how we can get grant monies and we can sell the property, we can sell off part of it to get some of the monies back, but my mind is, what's the actual cost to maintain those?
In February, when you look at the 10-year master plan, all that information will be addressed in that document.
So are we premature in voting on this tonight to
No,
approve this?
no, this is the master plan, total plan that you'll see of where to build out, and you can make those decisions once that happens regarding that. Right now, we're talking about a purchase of a piece of property that we can make a decision on, how are we going to use it. We would like to see it in recreation. I know there's other people who would like to see it in conservation. I think the thing is, there's not a question from a lot of people that I hear is not to purchase this property. I think that's very much important for everybody. For me, I'm interested in recreation. But again, I think that everybody should be heard, and then go from there.
Because of what I'm hearing from the public, and I'm not the only one who's hearing this, is that they're not against the purchase of the property.
Correct.
What they're against is the recreational facilities going out there. So I guess my concern is if we as a council say, okay, because the way it's worded for recreation. So if we approve it, then it has to be used for recreation. And if it somehow, you talk to the voters and the voters all say, well, not all, but the majority says, no, we don't want it for that purpose, then are we stuck with a piece of property? We can't do it? anything with?
We would own it. A future council's gonna have to make a decision. It
So-
might be this council, but someone's gonna have to make a decision about the actual construction of the fields, the acceptance of that
Right.
land and water conservation plan
So
grant.
if we make this decision tonight to purchase it for recreation, and we don't use it for that, do we turn it back over to conservation and open space people, or what happens to the land?
It would be owned by the town of Newmarket with no restrictions because we paid for it with our own money.
We pay for it with our
We could
own-
put a school there. We could put anything we wanted.
Or it could be
Would we,
conservation land.
yeah, would we not be better off to word? Would we not be better off to word it as the purchase of the Russo property for town purposes?
Depends
If we-
on, it depends on why you want to buy it.
You have to give a specific reason.
No, but I
Okay.
think that the intent of buying it should be clear.
All right, so what if we were to put, for the purpose of recreational fields / conservation? So that if one doesn't work, and we know we can do it with something else, and no development would go out there.
If we buy the property, no development's going to go out there because we own the property. We'll make the decision. If we don't buy the property,
But
we have-
future councilors could make that decision.
I just want to say that
Hold on a
again,
second.
Al
that-
saying yes.
Everybody needs to understand that your microphones are on all the time, so everybody just heard mumbling out in the TV world. So, if there's anybody watching. So, let's, if you do want to have those side conversations, please keep them at a whisper and hold down your microphone so it turns off. If I hold it down. All right. So
So-
why don't we just not discuss that, because we don't have a motion yet, but just ask questions about.
Well, that's the question I'm asking. I mean, what do we do if it comes and we vote, we don't use it for that purpose?
It's not gonna, if we voted tonight to say, shall we buy, the motion is to buy the property for athletic fields, and we buy it and we don't put athletic fields on it, nothing's gonna happen. We're not gonna have to give the money back because it's our own bond money that's buying it.
And here's $100,000?
no, that would have to be used specifically for recreation. We'd have to give that money back.
And did you have a timeline on that to which?
I think we have adequate time to be able to make some decisions based upon some public hearings and talking about that. I believe yes.
Most of those grants are what, for a year? If you don't use them, you lose them?
Yeah, that's actually, I think, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look.
That would be important to know that.
But one of the things I want to reiterate is the longer we wait, the longer we don't have fields. I know that we have the chairman of the Athletic Association. Really, a lot of those fields indirectly, the Recreation Department uses, but at the same time, the Athletic Association is intimately involved in those processes. And I think that probably it'd behoove you to just have a few of them talk to you regarding this, because the alternative is frightening. So.
We'll have a chance for public comment. Counselor Foster?
I think, first of all, the fact that the Conservation Commission thinks that this is a good idea, the Open Space Commission thinks this is a good idea, obviously the Recreation Master Plan Committee, I'm a member of that, we think this is a good idea. Some people are going to say this is not a good idea. I think a lot of those people either A, don't realize how important recreation is to children today, and the different recreation that's going to be offered here. This is not just sports, there's a playground here, it's also in another area of town. And how much hard work all of those groups have looked over the past year. I think Jim used the word exhaustive, and or Chris did, and that it's true. They've spoken to a lot of property owners, and there's property owners that either want too much, their property isn't worth, can't have anything done to it anyways, or they just don't want to sell. And every year you wait, the properties that we're looking at now, such as this, if we don't buy this, it will go to somewhere else. It will go to a development, which means now we're going somewhere even further out. And I know people like Mr. Cohen and stuff talk about trying to keep the nucleus of the town and everything close. This is kind of close. This is giving us an option. Other options are going out onto 152, are going way out on the outskirts, at which point now we're talking about parents having to drive the children, or the children traveling down roads which do not have sidewalks and thus possibly not being safe. And I know there's a contingent who grew up in this town and and say, well, we didn't have that when we were younger. I didn't have this when I was younger either, but it was a different world back then. I could walk downtown in first grade, 1.5 miles, and my parents didn't have to worry about me. Now, that's not the world anymore. We need to have places where people can have organized events, or where there can be a large number of overseers, whether it be the other members of the community or what have you. And I have no fear about this not passing, because there is a huge uproar in town for some fields to happen, and right now this is the best option that we have.
Councilor Morrison?
Oh, I remember now. If we, for some odd reason, can't put this together because the butters have a complaint, how broadly defined is that money as recreation? I mean, could we turn it into trails and tie the trails? I mean, does it have to be baseball fields and soccer fields? And
As far as the LWCF grant, it would have to follow the guidelines as we submitted it, just as, pretty much as a concept drawing we have here, yes. Is yourself for conservation? Yeah, you could have trails. You could do those kind of things.
Specifically for that.
But the grant itself has very strict provisions that we have to be able to provide those fields.
Councilor Glenn?
Again, I don't want to be misunderstood here. I understand that there's a need for the ball fields and everything, but again, I go back to the scenario, what's the end cost on an annual basis for that, especially when we're all sitting here saying, we need a new school, we need a new water sewer treatment plant. There are things that we need. It's great to have ball fields. I mean, I would not discourage anybody from getting that, but maybe we need to look and say, look, there's some things we just can't do. You know?
Councilor Foster?
I'm not done.
Well, all right, ask a question. I mean, if you want to ask the question, how much money is it going to cost, let's give Mr. Hilton a chance to answer it, that's all.
Well, you cut me off by saying, Mr.
I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
You don't have a cost, and I don't think that's fair to ask you.
I don't. I will at the end of February. And again, we got a long process of this to happen as far as, we're looking at acquisition of the property right now at this point in time. I'll have that information in hand. I'm sorry, I don't have the definitive cost of what that's going to be. I don't even know what we're going to have there, to tell you the truth. We're looking at, this is a concept drawing. There may not even be 64 parking spaces. I don't know what it's going to be. Right now, this is just in concept.
All right, at this point, we'll accept some comments from the public. And again, we've heard from a lot of people, and if you spoke previously, just keep them brief, because it's a long time, and I do want to get input. But, sir, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
I'm Walter Prescott. I live at 2 Maston Drive. I was at the last meeting. I didn't have a lot of information on what was going on at that meeting. I've tried to dig a little deeper. What I can see right now is there's possibly a few mistakes that have been made. Jim Hilton was nice enough yesterday to give me a copy of this. I took it home, probably as most people that are sitting here look at it and says, what the heck is that? The way it's drawn up, it's hard to put it in perspective. So what I've done is I've color-coded things. And I have a copy for each of you, I think. I was doing this in a hurry. I also color-coded it there to put it on so it was part of the existing map of that area. I believe it's the R1 area. And so you can see how it fits into the area.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No, don't turn that off, please.
Oh, you want it on?
Please. Now, it's my understanding that what we're talking about right here, and this is the only thing I've heard up till this time at both meetings, is that we want to buy the Russo property, and we want to take the property purchased from Leary and change that from what was purchased as a piece of conservation land through the Conservation Commission, to change that over to be part of this. turn that on? Won't turn
It'll
on.
be on in a second.
Well, anyway, I'll continue while he's turning this on, and I'd like to point it out to the people here.
Sure.
As soon as he gets it on. What he has drawn up here, and that's why I say there's some mistakes being made, is there's no way, could I go over here, please? There's no way you can do this by just buying the Russo property. To begin with, like I said at the beginning of this is kind of who would know what it meant just looking at this part of it. Well, I don't know if you can see this, but I've color-coded it. This pink is the Russo property. The green is the Leary property. And the yellow is the property belonging to the people that live next door to the Russo property. This is the yellow. This is the pink. And the green is in here, which is the Leary property. So in order to do this, we got to be buying the land next door. And nobody's telling us about buying the land next door. All we're being told is buy Mike Russo's property. For the people that don't know, that's Mike's Motors, to give you an idea where this is located. So right off, we're either being deceived or some information is being left out. The other thing that you people can't see in this, which was left out, is Follett's Brook. This is Follett's Brook. This is our drinking water. This is the town of Newmarket's drinking water. Now I know Mr. Hart said at the last meeting, no, we're not going to use that, we're going to build a new plant.
That's not what I said.
Well, I'll take that back. He said something similar to that. Well, it seems though since then, I've kind of paid attention, there's people out there marking trees to get the debris out of the water. We're going to do some selective cutting to clean up Follett's Brook. Because Follett's Brook was good, clean drinking water. The reason we stopped using Follett's Brook was because we went to the wells, which was a financial venture because it was cheaper to get water from the wells than it was to process the water from Follett's Brook. Most people are under the assumption that the reason we stopped Follett's Brook was because the treatment plant didn't work that we paid $2 million for. Well, the treatment plant worked, and we pumped water out of there from Follett's Brook for a year, year and a half afterwards. It was more a financial thing to cut the cost to the town. Follett's Brook is available. Now, there's a couple of you that have it. The rest, you probably don't. I didn't, like I said, I was doing these in a hurry, and it's information that. But last year, there was a petition put up for the restoration of Follett's Brook raw water source for Newmarket treatment plant. We voted money in for this. We, 2/3 of the voters voted this in, not just a few people. So we could use this water. We really should give this some deep consideration. Remember, the green is the place, the orange, pink here, orange, that's the soccer fields. This here, Follett's Brook runs right along behind it. We're talking Follett's Brook is less than 100 feet from this fence, drops off over 8 feet in that 100 feet, so it's a direct incline from these fields down to Follett's Brook. This area of Follett's Brook is the filter bed that we pick up our drinking water from, right directly off the end of this field. By directly, yes, it's probably close to 200 feet, but it's all downhill. Any runoff runs into our drinking water. Now, I don't know what the water situation is going to be in the future, but if we can get 50% of our water out there, it's going to be a help. Gentleman here talking about putting wells in. Water should be one of our first concerns. So, with that in mind, and the fact that we were also told that we're not going to use the roadway in Follett's Brook, which was a pathway put in from the water department probably 80 years ago so they could maintain the brook and maintain good water. Well, can't see it there, kind of, but if you look at the dotted line coming down, it comes right on the side here. This is Follett's Brook, comes out here, comes out onto Maston Drive. Emergency road. Well, what's an emergency road? I'd hate to have to drive an ambulance through there right now the way it is. So I have to assume that we're going to improve that road, which is going to be within a matter of a few feet of Follett's Brook, our drinking water. So when we vote on this, I'd appreciate if you'd keep all that in consideration, because I think the drinking water issue is much more important than what the fields are. I don't necessarily mean that we don't need fields, because I don't know. Plus, if we maintain the Leary field, there's always the potential of putting wells in out there. We have had a well that was putting out quite a sum of water and pumping it into the brook for our water supply that also was discontinued. Well, there's the possibility of more. I mentioned the other property. The land, the Leary field, well, it isn't really field, the Leary land, which is all trees, it's all trees, small trees, but it's all trees. It's my understanding it was bought at the beginning of the year 2004 as conservation land, by the Conservation Commission as conservation land. Now I know legally that that's town land regardless of who purchased it. Just as you're talking right now, you can buy it this way, but it's still town land regardless. As a voter in town and a taxpayer, a couple of years ago, we were asked to vote in $2 million to give to the Conservation Commission to purchase land when it became available. I voted for that with the understanding that that's what they were doing. They were taking this money and buying conservation land, and that's what it would be. It was for conservation. It was going to remain woodlands, fields, what have you. Yes, probably maybe be used for paths, put some picnic tables, but to be used for the conservation part of it. Now, I think most of these people out here would agree with me. They voted for that for the same reason. And their thought was, you can't take this out of conservation, but you can. So I guess that's the legal point of it. Well, the thing I'd like to ask you is stop thinking about the legal part of it and start thinking about what's correct. And what's correct is to honor what these people voted in. They voted in conservation money to be used for conservation land. I know you can legally do what you want, but from a point of view of being correct, do what's correct. And don't buy this land for a field. I'm all for you to buy this land, and I encourage it, to buy this land to extend the land that's already out there as conservation land. I've heard people, this gentleman right here just mentioned it. I want to think this gentleman mentioned it. Development. We talk about development. We're all scared of development. Well, if it wasn't for development, I wouldn't have a house to live in right now. So we need development. How much development? That's another issue. But that's why we have zoning laws. You'll find that the land that's owned by Mike Russo, Mike's Motors, is under 8 acres of land. Now, I just came down here to the town hall and got the latest edition, I guess, of the zoning laws, and the way I read it, in the R1 zone, it's a 2-acre lot. So that means on less than 8 acres of land, if you put a road in, you can't but have 3 houses there. There's already one. The land next door that nobody's telling us you're going to buy, but it's drawn into the print, so it's very obvious you're going to come back to us and have another meeting to whether or not you're going to buy that. That land is under 7 acres of land. Has 2 houses on it. Well, I don't know, my math says 2 houses is 4 acres. It's cluster housing and there's 4 acres. Subdivide that off, you got 1 house out back there. You want to keep continuing up the road, because I know people are worried about the land up the road a little further, there's another 6 acres up there. We aren't talking any more than maybe 6, 7 houses at maximum that could be put in there. The impact on that area would be minimum compared to the impact from these fields. And I think you should consider that. Not consider the word development. Everybody thinks development, and they think this massive thing with houses 15 feet apart. What you want to put in here, and it's not drawn in, you have Mike Russo's house and Mike's Motors. The whole piece, the whole house, breezeway, and garage is 85 feet long. Put in a 15-foot zone on the end of that to the Frank Zabel property, you're up to the 100-foot mark. If you look on the other side, there's probably 50 feet left. Latest zoning says when you subdivide, and I assume this is subdivision, when you subdivide this off to sell it, you got to have 25 feet off the end of that house now by today's zoning laws. You've got approximately 25 feet left to put a road in. You can't put, I'm not saying you can't legally, I'm saying you can't put a safe road in that's 25 feet wide that you can get ambulances, fire trucks, and other equipment in and out of there. You never know what the emergency might be. I don't know how many of you have been around town for how long, but back, probably, I don't know, 1970, 1980 or so, 1979, we had a tornado come down through there. Knocked trees down, knocked lots of things down.
Mr. Prescott, I've let you speak for over 10 minutes, so if
Yeah,
you
and I've
could-
had something to say.
I would like you to summarize so I can have the other people speak and so we can address some of the comments you made.
Well, seeing I'm being shut off, the summary is, I'd like to have you consider these things as you vote, and I have one last thing to say. When I say I think there's been some mistakes made. At the last meeting, Mr. Jablonski got up and said that the junior high team didn't have a place to practice for their baseball. When I questioned the Nichols Avenue field, Mr. Hilton said it's not safe to play baseball there. And I accepted that because I don't know. Well, thank you, Mr. Hilton, because right here it says Beanie Howcroft Field. That's the Nichols Avenue field, and it says baseball fields. So did we make a mistake on this paper that he just sent me last Saturday, or did we make a mistake when we said we can't play baseball there?
There's different levels of baseball.
He said you couldn't play baseball.
You could not play junior high or high school baseball there because the ball goes a lot faster.
Doesn't say that
At
here.
Beanie Howcroft, they play what's called rookie league, where the pitcher's mound is much closer. And for a little leaguer, for a junior high to see a pitch coming from that close would be kind of like me seeing Randy Johnson.
Well, maybe from that distance, maybe you could move the pitcher's mound out. He was talking about hitting the ball into Nichols Avenue, and as far as I'm concerned, if a junior high kid can hit it in Nichols Avenue, Red Sox should be picking up on it.
Mr. Prescott, there's a couple of things that I want to clarify because they were inaccurate, and I don't think you did it on purpose. I just want to clarify. The bond that was passed in 2002 for $2 million was for open space.
And conservation.
Let me finish. Open space, recreation, including athletic fields, and other public purposes. It was clearly communicated, and it was a source of consternation amongst the people who just wanted to see land protected with nothing on it, that athletic fields were a possibility. So it's inaccurate for you to suggest that this council is misleading or misrepresenting what that bond was for when we suggest we're going to buy land for athletic fields.
Wasn't it said that the Open Land Commission would buy the land for fields and that the conservation land would buy land for conservation?
No, the way that the warrant article didn't discuss...
What did you people understand?
No, it wasn't that. I understood it. I understood. I read the words that were on the paper, and that's what I understood.
And if you go back and look at... You did great research. And
No, I agree with you. I know exactly what
So
you're saying.
the
I'm
second
not
part-
disagreeing with it. I'm saying what's legal and what's right, but what these people and myself interpreted that to mean when you bought land with conservation, when this...
Let me address the next point. The land that the Conservation Commission bought, they used a different source of money, not the bond.
Okay.
So...
All right.
That's different.
Okay.
And I'll let the chairman address that shortly.
Okay.
In terms of your map, which was nice to get the color-coded version, the Zazik property, which you have labeled as the most northern one on that, assuming that north is straight up, I'll let Mr. Hilton help address this, but it is under active discussion. The council is aware of that. The council has authorized those negotiations, and it hasn't come public yet because we don't have an agreement. And we're very hesitant to do that because when you start talking about a property in public before you have an agreement in hand, you may lose it. So he didn't want his name brought up, but it's on this paper, so.
Well, I put it there, so you can blame it on me. But the point is, it's drawn in as part of the thing, and nobody here at the last meeting, or this meeting, until I just spoke, knew that that was property adjacent to Mike. Everybody thought that was one piece of land. And I say that's misleading, because read your own article here. It says you're going to vote on land to purchase for Mike, and it was said to buy the land from Mike's, from Russo, with the Leary field. It says nothing about buying that issue. I think it may tonight say, the paper you just now, not prior to this meeting passed out, just now as this discussion started, does say something about acreage next door. It's been deceiving.
And it hasn't, Mr. Prescott, it hasn't been purposely deceiving, and I hope you don't feel that way.
Well,
and also, if we do just buy the Russo property, we would be able to do something, but not the scale that's on this map.
Okay.
So
maybe we
That's
should.
why this is a conceptual
Maybe we
drawing.
shouldn't buy anything, seeing the school is going to ask for money to buy land, and we should find out what the school wants to do. And maybe if we build a school, I have to assume we're going to build a gymnasium at that school. And if you build a gymnasium, you would also have a field that went along with that school, and maybe we wouldn't even need this field if you do that.
Maybe.
So that should be.
And it's six years away possibly, where this could be something that would take care of our immediate needs.
This is your immediate needs because you hired some engineering firm to come in and tell you what your 10-year plan was. Mr. Hilton said that at the last meeting.
Okay.
These people are coming in and telling you, and you're paying them who knows what, $10,000, $40,000, $50,000 to tell you. They're not going to tell you that you don't need something. They're going to tell you what you want to hear, that you need something. Case in plan is the high school that we're talking about right now. I went to the meetings in 98, 99 when they were talking about all those renovations were all we were going to need for several years to come. Now we're coming back to talking about building a new school. Maybe this should be gone at a little slower with a little more consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Councilor Caprioli, then Councilor Will Hamel, then Councilor Caprioli, Councilor Glennon, Councilor Wolford Hamel, Councilor Foster.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Hill, when we went on the site walk Saturday, one of my concerns was how close the field would be to Falls Brook. Mr. Prescott just indicated that it would be less than 100 feet away.
No, he said 200.
I think I have more. I think it's actually 300 feet.
No, it's over 200. He's correct. And what he said is it's over 200 feet.
Is that all, Councilor Caprioli? We'll have a chance again.
Yeah, I can't remember.
All right, you did wait for over 10 minutes, so thank you. Councilor Glennon passed, so Councilor Wolford Hamel, then Councilor Foster.
Yes, Mr. Prescott, I apologize if the other night at the conservation meeting, if I didn't penetrate or make that understood that, like the $2 million bond that the Open Space Committee has been working with, they've worked with the Conservation Commission and other environmental groups. But the Leary property was bought with conservation funds with no restrictions. It has nothing to do with the $2 million bond. So we're not finagling legal paperwork. This we did on our own. And like I said, we're not going to, if we choose at the time not to use it simply as conservation property, but something else, it weren't going to be an industry, a tire burning plant, not from the Conservation Commission. So I hope you've got this separated now. We're not trying to deceive anybody, because we work with the Leary property. We worked altogether separate from the open space people.
Can I speak?
Thank you.
What I was getting at is, and I think you just said it, that the land was bought with conservation funds. That's what I understood, and everybody I've talked to understood. What I'm saying is, the word conservation, when somebody tells you, we purchased this with conservation funds, you assume, and I realize you're not supposed to assume, you assume this being bought with conservation funds is for conservation purposes. And that's why I said, I'm asking you not to do what's legal. I'm asking you to do what's correct for the majority of the voters in town. And I think the majority of the voters felt the same way I did, that this was bought with conservation and should remain as conservation. Now, if you want to take it and not use it as conservation, okay, my suggestion is put it in as a warrant article for us to vote on this year, and we can vote, the general public in the town of Newmarket can vote to use it for whatever purpose you want. At least the public has made that decision.
Councilor Wilfred Hamel?
As a group, we have to make some decisions. If we worked hour after hour, year long, and then every move we made, it's not that we want to deny people, but we think we know what we're doing. We got the Leary property for a real buy.
Yeah.
I won't use any other word, but we got it real reasonable. And we figured we'd be protecting Fallets Brook and something else that may come along, and I think it has.
I specifically remember the discussion in which Councilor Jerry Hamel asked Mr. Hamel, Wilfred Hamel, are there any restrictions on the use of this property? And he clearly said no. So that's a big issue that comes up because when we bought other properties, we've used funds from the state or federal government, and there's permanent restrictions, like the Grant Road property where people are sledding now, and we had that little parking lot, and the Loisel property, which is on the back side of Piscassic in this area. Those will never be used for athletic fields because there's federal or state funds involved. And the idea that is if the Conservation Commission agrees to, they've already agreed, but if we decide to buy Rousseau, the open space bond, which is for athletic fields, would pay the Conservation Commission the price they paid, and that money would be available for them to protect the property. That's what's been discussed so far. Councilor Foster was next.
Just one other comment that you made, and something that I hear a lot of is it would not be potentially a large development there if it ever was. And I don't want to start going around and using possible development as a scare tactic, because I know of groups that do that. But one thing you did say about pollution, and one thing I have read, and I think unfortunately Mr. Mitchell's not here, but Mr. Hamel might be able to say something to it too, is sometimes a town ball field, using the best managed practices that Mr. Hilton or Mr. Hawkins spoke about, will put off less pollution than one house with fertilizer and things like that that cannot be watched and regulated. So if this does come to fruition, I do believe it would have to happen is that the town would take whatever steps necessary to make sure that fertilizer was not used, or if it was, there was proper runoff so it would not make it into Fallets Brook. Salt from vehicles, things like that, if it was to even be used in the winter. I mean, my thinking is it probably, I don't know, I can't see football or soccer or whatever out there in the winter, but so at least the town can watch it a little more closely than one homeowner. Thank you.
I imagine there's other folks from the public who'd like to comment. Ma'am.
Bethville, 11 Dame Road. I'm speaking on behalf of the Youth Athletic Association. I'm currently the president of the softball league, and I find it more and more difficult every year to tell our kids that we don't have enough fields to play on. I understand his position. I understand everybody's position. However, we need to consider the fact that I'm also the junior high softball coach, the fact that my girls practice on the far end of B field because I have no field to practice on. The boy junior high team also practices on the designated softball field because that's the only field they have to practice on. I want to applaud both of you for doing all this work, and I think this would be the best possible scenario for everybody involved because it allows people a walking track, it allows play areas for our kids, it allows a playground, it allows everything for everybody. And to complain about the fact that, you know, this will be quote-unquote inhibiting our conservation area, I'm sorry, I don't agree with you one bit. And I'm hoping that the town will agree with me in the fact that our kids are being short-shafted every year. And our kids right now, general public, not even here in Newmarket, but everywhere around the United States, are obese, developing type 2 diabetes, don't have phys ed in school as much as they should anymore because that gets cut. This is the only way that we're going to give opportunities for our children to have a space to go to play. And because it's in the area that it's in, they can access it very easily. It's not in a, you know, high traffic area or anything. We don't have to worry about them being there, whatever. I'm just sick and tired of listening to people arguing about the fact that wait. As these gentlemen said, if we wait any longer, these fields will never ever come to fruition. Never. Because we have so much limited space in this town right now because there are so many houses being built, so many apartment buildings being built, and etc. My daughter is in the 8th grade right now, and she has had at least 15 kids move in and out of her class because of the number of people that move in town and out of town.
Beth, just, I've told this to other people, so don't feel offended, but just keep your comments to us.
Sorry.
It's okay.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
I just hope that the town will realize that this is the best possible scenario for us right now.
You got any land down on Dame Road we could use?
No, we don't.
Glenn, do you want to wait?
Yeah, let's wait for the public, yeah.
Mr. Cy Thorne, would you please come up to the microphone?
You're asking me to do a lot.
Take your time.
Come on, old guy.
Physically impaired, a few other things. Jim, I got a question for you. If the fellow was to do the geometry of this, how many acres are we talking about? 10 acres. The physical space is actually 10.
Actually, 10 acres from Larry.
No, the actual physical components of the fields in the parking lot.
Everything that's there.
Yeah, not the grassed area and all the other stuff.
Around 17 acres.
That soccer field.
What are you talking about? What area?
Okay, the soccer fields are 300 by 320, which is
that's correct.
An acre.
That's 2 acres.
A little more than an acre.
Right.
That's 90,000 square feet. That's 2 acres.
The baseball field has, or if you want to say a softball, but I went with baseball, has a 320 radius, so it's almost the same as a soccer field.
So you got about 8 to 10 acres of parking lot and fields right
That's
there.
correct.
Okay. Dame Road, off from Dame Road, there is a piece of land, and I don't know if anybody's investigated it or not yet, but this is 108. There's a fellow that lives right here, called Cy Thorne, lives right here. And back of this property, there's a field here, if I'm not wrong, okay. I got a few other neighbors here that know about this. That field right there is 8+ acres. Has anybody ever talked to the fellow that lives down here on Dame Road about this 8 acres?
Yes.
Because Doris and I would love to give up our property for the greatness of the the recreation people in town.
We made multiple efforts to contact the owners of that property, and they have not responded to phone calls or letters.
Okay, I'll go see him.
I strongly encourage that. That would be fine.
One of the first places we
Other hands? Mr. Porter.
Mine won't be long.
Okay.
Repeat my name again. Ed Porterata, Exeter Road.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
When they brought up all these, buying this conservation land, all we were talking about at those hearings was conservation. There was not mentioned about anything too much about what you're gonna do. All they wanna do is buy this land so to stop the development. If I understand correctly, by buying this land, we can stop development, houses being built. As far as I'm concerned, houses are better being built than apartments, because we don't get nothing on apartment. But besides that, I'm neither for it or against it, but I'm just saying what's right is supposed to be right. And on behalf of that little lady over here, I spent a lot of time with Little League, Boy Scouts, Cub Scouts, yes. I spent a lot of time with this town. Well, anyway, no, I did. But don't say we never did anything for the children in this town. We did a lot.
It wasn't this league. It wasn't me.
All right, well, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, I'll speak to that. I gotta look at a word twice before I know it. But anyway, I'm speaking to that committee itself. I mean, but don't say we never did anything for the children. We did a lot for the children. And we still do a lot for the children, like fishing derbies, we do a lot. I mean, you're bringing this up that what we need. Like somebody said, we need a new water source. We probably need a new school. I mean, we gotta stop spending this money like wow and do it for something that's for everybody. That's all I get to say. I mean, anyway. But anyway, we brought up this conservation, but when we passed this thing, it was, the word conservation was brought up the most time. Nothing about, walking trails, snowmobile, and all this stuff. Nothing else. Thank you.
I'm going to have to go get the materials that I wrote about that bond because I think people need to read them again and be reminded of what they actually said. Ms. Quox.
Sure, go ahead. Just a quick question to clarify. You're stating that if this is voted on tonight, that we're not legally obligated to buy that property just for recreation fields?
That's correct.
Okay.
We would be buying it, and we would be buying it with the town open space bond funds. And the idea is that we buy it, subdivide the house off separately with an acre or whatever the planning board would allow us to do. Minimum, the better. And then we retain the rest of it, and a future council would have to make the decision after a public hearing about using that land and water conservation fund money. We're not voting tonight to accept that grant money. That's a separate issue. What Jim is telling us is that there's money in place to pay for half of the cost of doing these fields. It's for this location only.
Okay. And also a quick question, because of the delay in the prime wetlands designation, how does that affect implementing this project that close to Fallett's Brook? Does that have a direct impact?
I don't think there is any impact on that.
Because I know there's more state regs when you have a designated prime wetland, which was discussed with planning and Mr. Dixon as to why it was not done in a timely manner. Mr. Richardson informed us of certain circumstances that a lot of people were upset about.
Conference call with Mr. Richardson today,
And
he understands that he didn't have the proper communication from the town on the position of the town on that.
Okay. And also, I understand the PNS with Mr. Russo expires tomorrow, February 3rd?
Yes, we received an extension on it, which was gracious of him because he didn't have any responsibility to give us an extension at no cost.
Would he be willing to extend it any further, seeing how
Jim's
there's
shaking his head no.
so many concerns? No?
It's tomorrow, the final day?
Yeah, we knew that. We asked for the extension. We asked Mr. Dixon. The council authorized Mr. Dixon in non-public to reapproach him. He was amenable to extending it till the day after this meeting because we knew at this point we'd know about the grant, which was critical from most of our perspectives that if we were going to do this project, we wanted to make sure we could afford to actually build the fields. And then secondly, this is the regular business meeting. This is when we make decisions.
Right. And
just to help understand the time frame.
Going to Mr. Sifon, I've got 60 acres you can use for ballparks and a new school if you want.
You know we have to talk to you about that.
We didn't talk about that particular thing, Brian. This is completely different. What we discussed before was completely different. This is another situation completely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Archeri.
Bill Archeri, I'm a member of the Rec Master Plan Committee. A couple of things I want to point out that the Rec Master Plan Committee was formed in 2003? 2003. And at that time, there was a public hearing that was held here about spending the money for the study that was done with hiring the consultants. And I know there was some question, a few comments about spending the money, but I don't remember there being too much of an outcry that we should go out and seek outside independent review about our needs. The need itself about fields, again, we had a couple public hearings in the process of the Rec Master Plan Committee. I think there were 2 over the course of the summer. In those public hearings, most people that showed up were people that were involved, had kids in the programs. There was a very strong sentiment about the lack of playing time, lack of practice time, the lack of schedule, the scheduling of getting on field, the scheduling conflicts, many issues. I don't recall anybody showing up to those public hearings and saying that we didn't need fields. The need has been grown internally. The consultants didn't tell us we needed the fields. That, we know, comes from the people that are involved in youth sports here in town. What the consultants provided was a comparison to what other towns have outside. And they have compiled data about, based on populations, based on participation levels, this is what other towns generally have for baseballs, soccer, softball field. And we're short in all of those areas. Based on any guidelines, national guidelines or state guidelines, we're short in all of those areas. So that's where the need comes from. Mr. Prescott raised a couple other issues that I don't know that anybody's addressed yet, and he's, raised some good points, but one being the water supply, and if we were to restore Falls Brook, I'm pretty certain about this, and Leo or anybody can correct me, but I believe the infiltration galleries are further upstream from this location, this property site, so would not be affected. So they're further upstream, and the drainage from this site would not affect those infiltration galleries where we draw the water into the plant. The other issue about zoning, yes, it is a 2-acre zoning area, but there are cluster developed provisions that would allow a cluster subdivision out there with smaller lot sizes, not necessarily greater density, but much smaller lot sizes, which would allow homes to be built closer together in any particular area on the properties that you could join. So those are just a couple things that I wanted to relay on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Well, that's going to be real brief because everybody's already discussed the need of the fields. My name is Jean Holmes, president of Newmarket Youth Soccer Association. Can't talk, want to talk for me? No. In here, I've got a list of names, but more importantly, numbers of how many children used Beanie Holcroft Field, Nichols Ave Field, almost 200, kindergarten through 5th grade. We had to get the kindergarten kids time at the high school, 8 to 9, provided there was no Polish picnic going on to get kicked off. And all these other kids are on the field for an hour, hour and 15, parking lot's a mess because parents are trying to come in and out. And then I have to get a hold of Mr. Hilton to organize or try to get playing time, field practice time for our travel teams, which is very difficult. And he worked very well with everybody. But I'm just saying, another field can only help the situation. And why should we deny our kids sporting activities? If nothing else, keeps them involved, keeps parents involved, and we know where they are, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Is anyone that hasn't spoken yet? Okay. And then, gentleman in the back. I can't remember your name. Sorry. Chris Schottenmeyer. Go ahead.
Mary Jensen. I'm president of Newmarket Youth Athletic Association, also involved with the Newmarket Recreation Master Plan Committee. Was involved with a lot of meetings regarding this, and it's just regarding the warrant article that we voted for. I think Mr. Prescott was not speaking for all of us when, as it was written for athletic fields and conservation, and I know that they've been aggressive in getting like the sledding fields, and we're all supportive of that, but I think it's time. I mean, we've been patient. We don't want to have this opportunity go by, that it is time for our athletic fields, and there are a lot of the voters that went and voted for that 2 million bond, it was for athletic fields, and we're the voice for our youth. They can't be here telling you that they're practicing on half soccer, half baseball fields, and they're falling and tripping on dirt because we don't have the soccer fields. They're not here. We're here for them, and that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Mr. Schottmeyer?
Chris Schottmeyer, Riverbend Road, Newmarket. I've heard both sides of this. I gotta say, this is more interesting than talking to Congress, debating the budget. Just a couple of points. I came because I just wanted to refresh the council's memory back when we were dealing with the possibility of the Benevento property becoming a world-class golf course, and the issues surrounding that. I'm not here to debate the need. The need is obvious. I mean, we need the athletic fields, and nobody wants it in their backyard because there's a lot of issues with access and problems associated with public use. But the one thing that's really important to me is the water quality. If you remember, not too long ago, we did have a drought, and that's why Ricky Molaski in the town put up the signs on what water activities were permissible at the time, what we could do. You wouldn't be able to tell it today with all the rain and snow we've had, but there may be the opportunity that we will have to use Follett's Brook down the road again. With that in mind, I'm confident that when it comes to doing whatever the town is going to do out there, that they're going to be held to a much higher standard than a developer would that was suggesting a golf course along the Lamprey River. I'm supremely confident, and I think you'd agree with me on this, Mr. Chairman, since you're in the business, that they would require probably monitoring wells out there in the proximity to the Follett's Brook. Yeah, maybe you're going to have to restructure or reconfigure the fields a little bit because unless things have changed, there's still a shoreline conservation zone that affects Follett's Brook and the setback. So, but the need is great, and I think with the right monitoring wells in place and taking a look at all the different aspects that are going to be used, there should be some kind of consensus that can be achieved here. And I do respect the fact that you can't really talk about the other property, and Jim's facing a deadline on the grant, because we had a number of grants when I was chairman of the Conservation Commission that we had to move on them quickly or we'd lose the money. So it's a tough situation to be in where you want to use that money or else you're going to lose it. So, but just for the historical perspective, I believe that when that golf course was going to go in, there was a lot of creative wording that went on to try and skirt certain issues with respect to monitoring the water, because let's face it, we're downstream from where that project was going to go in, and we're using the Lamprey River as a backup water supply, and in some instances the main water supply. So I think consensus-wise, if everybody works together, we can get there.
Thank you, Mr. Schottmeyer. Would anyone else like to speak that has not spoken yet? Sir.
Chan Conrad, 73, Lady Slipper. Just very briefly, but a bunch of us did vote for more athletic fields. It was the same vote, same thing that we read. I understand his interpretation of it, but many of us, especially those involved in the children's sports activities, very, very much want that vote and that conservation land, athletic field land, whatever the land was purchased for, to be used for athletic fields. So, thanks.
Anyone else that hasn't spoken yet? Sir?
My name's John McLaughlin. I'm on 4 Maston Drive. Mr. Foster, you said that this is the first opportunity we've had as good as this opportunity is for building fields. Is that correct?
Right. We've looked at a number, including we looked at town land out on 152, and that was brought to our attention by Mr. Hamill and some other members of the community that's where we get our sand from. So this is not the first option we've looked at. We've looked at a number of them, Yes.
This is the best one?
Yes, sir.
I would like to see a project as large as this one was going to be, multiple fields, parking lots. You're going to be using it to replace the schools' fields while they rebuild those. So we're talking school buses, we're talking constant use, and that's a lot of traffic for Packers Falls. I would like to see this type of project put to a warrant article so that the town can vote on it. And if, as you say, the $2 million warrant article that we voted on before was, everybody thought it was used for athletic fields, it should pass without a problem. My feeling is that people in town are going to see this warrant article and say to themselves, I didn't vote for that to be used for athletic fields. I voted for that to be conservation land. And another vote would enable these people to make that opinion heard, that they misinterpreted what some people have interpreted as use for athletic fields as conservation land. Myself, I voted for it, and I thought that it was for conservation land, i.e., nothing else but forest or nature trails or things like that, not parking lots and fields and buses and emergency vehicle access and all that stuff. And I'd just like to see a vote for that.
Thank you. Would anyone else that hasn't spoken yet like to speak? All right, would anyone who has spoken like to speak again? And again, I really ask you to be brief because we've been talking about this for an hour now. Mr. Prescott.
Yeah, I know you don't want to hear from me.
No, it's not that. Just concise is my goal.
I'd like to know the money end of this. I assume it's, how much is this going to cost the taxpayers as a whole?
Which part of the project are you talking about? The whole thing?
I'm talking about the whole project. You're going to buy the land from Mike Russo for $310. I assume what you told us before, you're going to subdivide it off, get $250 back, somewhere around there, $260. So it's going to cost $50,000 for Mike's land.
Yep.
I don't know what you spent for Larry's land, another $50,000 or something.
It was $30,000.
$30,000. So you got $80,000 invested.
Yep.
Jim's got $100,000 from the state.
And $100,000 of town money, approximately $100,000.
And there's $100,000 in a reserve or something.
Yep.
That's right, in capital reserve.
That's the cost that we're expecting to pay.
At what, you know,
Plus
so that gets us to some point. How much more is it going to cost on top of that to do paving fields?
Well, it's not going to pave, it's going to be sand, and we're also talking about in-kind service from the town, whether we cut the cut the trees down, actually putting the road in. We figure it's probably around $200,000 in in-kind service just on our part. And again, that's people, either individuals doing those or the
using the
public works.
existing
That's
town
correct.
staff.
That's right. But that didn't need to be the match. The only match we needed was a $100,000 match to actually get the grant. But we figure it's going to cost around $200,000 for in-kind service to be able to.
Yeah, but when you get all done, my taxes already went up. They're going to support this. I guess
Well, just to clarify, Stein, the bond that's going to be using to buy this has already been, we've already bonded the money. So the money is sitting in an account, so you're already paying for it. So if we buy this property, we don't, you're paying for it right now. We have about $1 million in that account that hasn't been spent yet. We spent about $1 million buying land for
that's for the conservation, open lands?
Open space.
When I say open space bond, that means the bond that was passed in 2002, there was $2 million. We bonded it pretty much immediately because the interest rates were so low.
Yeah, okay.
And we figured that's better than waiting and interest rates go up and we're paying 7% or something. We spent about $1 million of that to protect the Hilton property, the Grapevine Hill property, and Loisel. And that, in doing those properties, we got $1 million in grants, which was great. The Ellen Snyder and the town staff did an awesome job, and the Open Space Committee getting that money. And so, for this project, the rough estimate based on the preliminary plan is $200,000 expenditure of money, with $100,000 coming from to do the fields, with $100,000 coming from the capital reserve, $100,000 from the grant, and then the town staff and other folks like Mr. Hamill or other firms in town. And I'm not saying he's agreed to donate, but donate labor.
He has now. Get it on tape.
Don't worry, I'll hire you to do my driveway. And others providing labor. And so just like Mr. Mulaski and the crew did a ton of work over at the Public Works building to get the site ready, we'll use the existing staff to do the work that they can do so we don't have to hire it out. We do that every year. We're struggling, with managing the large public works projects. So that's the best estimate we have right now. The Zazik property, I'm not going to put a price in public about what we're negotiating on that. That will come up for another public hearing if we do succeed in getting an agreement.
But even if you're using town help and equipment to do this, when they're out there working on this field, they could have been working on Elm Street and Park Hill to put a sidewalk in so the gentleman I see coming down the wheelchair
Yep.
would be able to get off the side of the road instead of riding in the middle of the road.
Right, you're right.
Could be used at a better, what I'm getting at is you can't take the money out of one pocket to the other. It's still being spent.
I agree, and
Deal.
this council will have to direct the administration as to what the priority projects are for the public works. And if this is one of those, we'll work it out with the public works department to do it in the best schedule and meet the other demands. I know I live on the corner of Elm and B Street, and trust me, Elm Street's a priority in my mind because we got a letter about it about a week ago from somebody saying, you guys got to fix the sidewalk. And when we do phase 2 downtown, Elm Street's going to be a corridor for through traffic. So that sidewalk needs to be fixed with a curb so people don't get run over. I agree. Can they all be done? Yes. We have to manage that correctly. We can't do every project we want to do with the staff, and we know that. We just have to prioritize it.
So we can assume that it's probably going to cost us $200,000, $250,000 in tax dollars to build this field.
But you've already paid that money, sir. We've already bonded that
I'm
money.
talking to build it, not to buy the land.
All of the money that we're talking about
Build
is
it.
already set aside through taxes.
Already bonded, or it's already in the capital reserve fund for this reason. Money has been put aside over the years for the purpose of building a field or fields.
They had 100,000.
Right. Just we have a capital improvement program. We put aside $10,000 for a fire truck, $3,000 for a police car, $3,000 for radios, $5,000 for athletic fields. In the account for the athletic fields, we have $98,000 set aside. We're going to use that money that's in the reserve fund to match the federal funding through that Land and Water Conservation Fund grant.
So you've
That's
already
for the
paid
actual
that.
construction, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Not for purchasing land.
And the
that's
purchase
actual construction.
is from the open space bond. We've already put that on the tax rate. So you're already paying for the $2 million in the bond.
So what I'm saying is the town, even if the money's in a reserve, it's still our tax dollar.
You're correct.
It was put aside for that reason.
And, well, it was put aside for
It was
a
put-
reason.
No, it was put aside for the reason to build fields. That's the specific reason for the this fund. Just like, as he said, we have a specific reason, we put money aside for a fire truck. We need to, if we're gonna turn around and buy a police cruiser with that money, then that's a total, then we're changing our mind. We've decided that that's where the money needs to go. So yes, you are right that you have spent your tax dollars. The good news is because we did it in the way that we did, a little bit every year, you're not going to see a large spike on your tax rate to see this. This is, you've already paid, it's not there anymore. You've already paid for it. And it's always been in the budget that you were paying for it.
Okay. So I guess my question would be to Mr. Hamel over here, who
Sorry,
knows
Jerry.
more about construction than any of us. Can this be done for that kind of money?
I really wouldn't be able to answer that.
on, put in
I've
a
seen
bid.
what you've seen, a sketch up here. And
Somebody's got to answer the question.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Quox, and then
just
Ms. Jarvis, and then Mr. Prune.
Maybe you can answer, Brian. The $100,000 that Jim got as a grant, is that for acquisition of land or just for,
For constructing the athletic complex that's been proposed.
and the $98,000 in the capital is the matching funds for that?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Plus the in-kind services of the staff. Okay, hold on. Ms. Jarvis, I think, hasn't spoken yet, and I think I saw your hand.
Thanks. So the voters have already put this money aside, and if we choose to use this money that we've already put aside on this property, we're actually going to spend less money, because if we get this property, we're able to access this grant money. Is that a true statement?
That's correct. Yes. I think I saw Amy's hand.
I was wondering if there is a definition of development and how athletics fit in. An athletic field to me is a development, and why does that make it, why is that good? Whereas, for instance, somebody's apartment buildings or houses are a bad development. I mean, some development to me is not conservation. The other thing is I'd like to know percentage of children in Newmarket versus percentage of children who are involved in sports. Are we doing something for a select group of a few children?
No.
How, you know, what's the percentage? How many kids in the schools play sports? How many
Oh,
kids could
let her ask the
use-
question, please.
Excuse me, how many kids could use, you know, maybe a little more time actually doing their homework or receiving English instruction or math instruction you know, I'm just trying to figure out what the emphasis in play is. I have 2 kids that are now in the school system, and I do see deficiencies there. Extracurricular playing isn't necessarily my priority, although, yeah, I see there's a need for fields, I get that. I'm wondering what the skew is. Out of X number of kids in the school, how many play sports?
I'm not sure about that, and I'll see if someone else can answer it. But before we go to that, the question about the development, it's not that the bond that was passed in 2002 was anti-development or said to stop. It wasn't that. It was there are certain lands in town that we think should be protected for a variety of reasons or used for the public good. And one of those uses is just as open space, wildlife habitat, places you can go walking, birding, hunting, fishing, snowmobiling. And we've bought a lot of properties for that purpose. Water quality is one of those purposes too. And then the other purpose was for outdoor recreation, including athletic fields. And I think that's a direct quote from the Warren article. So you're right. I work for a land trust. That's my job, land protection. And an athletic field we would never allow on a conservation property as a land trust because it is a type of development. The choice here for the town council is given what we have the capability of doing, does this work? If we sit up here and look for the best option, the perfect choice, we would never make a choice. And that's something that I've learned over the last 3 years. You never have the ideal situation. So I don't know if someone from the athletic associations or rec department can help shed a light on the number of students, because that's a good question.
I think it's 500 kids in the school.
There's
Down.
1,100.
In all the schools?
No, in first through fifth.
Go ahead, Chris. Chris is from the school board, so he might be able to help.
I'm out. There's 1,162 kids in the school system. I think we have 200 playing soccer. I think there's 200 playing softball. I think there's 100 playing baseball. There's got to be 100 playing basketball at least. 200 are playing basketball. They can't all be the same kids.
No, but they cannot be the same kids.
Okay, I guess you guys, I don't know if that's even.
Hold on a second. Am I going to tell you that there isn't some overlap? Absolutely, there's overlap. But you're talking, if 500 or 600 kids is an elite group of kids, then I guess we have an elite group of kids. The other way to look at it is, how many kids would like to have an opportunity to play a sport or participate in an activity where they currently don't even have the opportunity? Is there another 100, 150 kids out there who are not physically able to participate in soccer or basketball? Maybe they like to have a swimming hole in town.
Either. I mean, I'm not demanding a special accountability from me, but I'm not saying that I'm asking about elite kids.
I'm not.
That wasn't my question. I wanted to know how many kids.
All right, I think we're gonna stop.
There's several hundred.
Because it's 10 of 10, and I don't think this is the key point. I think everybody here on the council understands that we have hundreds of kids, let alone adults like me who can't go on a field because they're all filled with kids to play Frisbee with my friends.
Actually, that's personal to you.
You're right. I can't. So, I mean, there's clearly a demand for fields, and I'm not sure if judging the use of the fields based on the percentage of children that are using them. They're accessible to everybody.
Brian, the only other piece of perspective I want to add that I think is very important, because it goes to the issue of cost, is the town gets a tremendous benefit. Going along with these 500 or 600 kids is hundreds of volunteer coaches and fundraisers and every other, and you see a lot of the leaders of that group here. That's a tremendous benefit to this community that I don't want to get lost when you think about cost. I think you want to have these people involved in the community, and I think you want to incentivize them to stay involved by providing opportunities so that what they're asking to do is have an opportunity to continue to serve the kids and serve the community. You know, and so I think you have to counterbalance that when you talk about your dollars and cents.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone feel a burning desire to share something new? And I'm not being rude about your comments, Ms. Thompson. I just mean really new to the point. Mr. McLaughlin?
You're going to be asking for funds to build a new school.
We're not going to be doing that, no.
Well, he is, right?
The school board is in the process. The school board is in the process of evaluating what they should do about the middle school, high school.
They're going to ask for money for a new school, basically. When they build their new school, one would assume that they are going to build new fields.
Yep.
So if they're going to build a new school and new fields, or at least ask for money.
I think we already heard this tonight.
Go ahead, Mr. McLaughlin. Go ahead.
Do I have to stop paying my taxes now too, because I don't get a chance to speak?
I am letting you speak, so please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So the point is, you're gonna build new fields over there, and then you're gonna build a new school and new fields there, and then what's the point? I mean, why not just wait a couple of years and build the new fields with the new school? And then take the time and rebuild the old fields that you have that people can't play on because the dirt isn't good enough or something, I don't know.
I'll explain a couple of things. One is, there has been a request from the school board that the town council is waiting for the school board to make a further decision on. They've requested that we consider using $500,000 of the bond that was passed to help them buy a school site / athletic field. So you should be happy to know that we are considering a request to support the school district in meeting needs. I've made it clear in discussions with the school board, and this is not the position of the town council, it's my own personal thought, that I'm not going to support such an appropriation until A, the school goes before the public and gets support for a new school site. And then I would support appropriating money in conjunction with the school site to support athletic fields there. Because they're right, there will be athletic fields at a new school. Best case scenario is if we voted this year for a school, which isn't going to happen because it's not on the warrant, it would be like 4 years. So I think you need to go to the athletic sites this summer and see how used they are to determine whether or not we can wait 4 to 5 more years.
I used to live right behind the Bernie Hocroft field.
Yeah, and I do too.
Those apartment buildings.
Yeah.
And I know exactly how often they're used. I'd wake up every morning to kids playing baseball.
So yeah, and I think that what we've heard is that the demand exists and it's so strong that we don't really have 5 years to wait. And that would be good best case scenario. You buy the land and you develop it in 5 years.
But part of the $2 million warrant article money that we've already voted on, that could be used for, say, for the schools?
Yes.
Okay.
The warrant article specifically had language that said other public purposes, which was broad enough, and it was actually discussed and written into the warrant article as a non-binding clause, a budget that explained that the idea was $1 million for land protection, $500,000 for athletic fields, and $500,000 for a school. And Mr. Dalrymple was a proponent of that, and I'm sure if he was here, he could explain that and defend it more than I could.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
I just have a quick question. In
Sure.
an ideal situation, when would you like to have these fields in use? Bill?
I think that we're talking fall of 2006 or spring of 2007.
You build the fields this summer, maybe next fall, and then you see them, and you wait at least a year because you want the grass to be fully rooted before you run hundreds of kids over them. At this point, I'm going to close the public comment session, and I appreciate everybody sharing their thoughts. And before we proceed with the council discussion, we're going to take a brief break so some of us can use the facilities. And then Councilor Glennon, and then Councilor Caprioli. And you've been waiting for 7 minutes. Very eloquent. 6.
I was going to say, because you
I know who you are. That's your mugshot.
Get ammonia. I just keep working. Hey, Brian, that question you asked me about the parking lot, it's not. Come on, you don't remember that's this property? It's not.
I'm going to talk to Rick right now.
No, I just want to remember.
So that's...
And I just
Where'd Brian go?
But the point being, it's I don't think
Someone asked me about this. It's going to be plowed.
So I'll just say that
Staff took care of it for May. So let's hope this is a May request to be made.
you know what?
Made it without So I just said that I gave.
I didn't know if there was something more than problem.
Oh, I'm not gonna sit next to you.
That's a process.
And then turn around and have the town cover that and say,
No, sir, I'm going to be in that.
it's all alone, it's got a tree on it, got a tree on it,
You guys have got pretty well thought out projects. I don't recall, but at the end of it, take care of
Yeah, you really keep it busy, right? It's not bad enough.
The only thing that happens
I think so. We can have them back in.
That's a good one.
All right. So, just rest assured that, just tell your group, electric will be taken care of. Want to have a building back in, that's fine. Okay, all right. Thank you. I think Hey, I just want.
Yeah, pretty much. I was like,
Wait this long. What's coming up next now?
Zero.
I think the Brian should get the, whatever the first
Great. I don't know.
They're up here all summer, now you're down there already.
No, I think it's gonna get up out there.
I think there's a count somewhere.
No, I can count number and I'll ask for waterfront park.
Thanks, Dave.
Are you? You still live in Newmarket?
I'm gonna call afterwards. See what happens.
Just tell them we're open till midnight.
I think they all decided it was time to go home. Okay, so, Councilor Glennon.
Yes.
Are back in session discussing the acquisition of the Russo property. One thing before you start. Everybody on the council, don't touch your microphones because they have to reset the balance. So put your microphone where you want it and leave it there for the rest of the night. Because they have to, I don't understand it, but the microphones are so sensitive that when we move them, we mess up the balance, so my voice might shout through the system versus
You
something
mean he
else.
broke his already?
No.
That's
where he wants it.
He's always breaking.
Sorry about that. Okay. Councilor Lennon.
Yes, a lot of debate this evening, and it's all good, good. In the effort to build consensus, what I'd like to do is, and I hope the council would support it, is to make a motion to purchase the Russo property on Packers Falls Road for $310,000. Leave it at that.
I'll second.
311,000.
311,000. Mine says 310,000. Yeah.
That's a mistake. It's 311.
311. Too bad I voted for 310. I'm
Waited too long.
All right, that's funny. Okay. It's a minor typo. So, council, is that okay if it's 311?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Councilor Glenn has made a motion to purchase the Russo property for $311,000. Councilor Morrison has seconded. Councilor Caprioli.
Sorry, guys.
I just want to point out, and I'll ask Drew, how much of the open space bond has been spent on actually putting land in conservation? Almost half of it, or more than half?
Approximately $1 million.
Okay. And I know some people were unclear as to what that money was being used for, but I went to the public meetings, as someone else mentioned, and it was heatedly debated. It was very clear what the uses were for, and we've had this for 3 years, this bond, and, you know, I have to agree with Beth Rowe. we desperately need the fields, and we've waited a long time, and we've been patient. And you can ask Brian, every time conservation land came up for a vote, and, you know, I voted in favor of it, putting land in conservation, and my next question right behind it was, when are we gonna get athletic fields? We're working on it. It's 3 years. We've waited a long time. And I know I appreciate that you're making this motion, but I'm disappointed that it's not for use as an athletic field. I'll have to say that. And I'm gonna vote against it just because it is, not for an athletic field.
Can I respond to that?
Councilor Glennon?
Yeah, Councilor Caprioli, what I was doing, because the reason why I did it that way was to try to build some consensus, and I'm sorry that you feel that way. And that being said, I think if we just get the property, then the voters can tell us. And I have a strong feeling that the athletic people who want to have this facility will prevail. However, in fairness and democracy, I think it's important that we do give that opportunity to the taxpayer in this town. That was my only reason to why I did it that way. I have no intentions of going out and saying, don't do this or do this. This is going to be up to the taxpayer. And I think it was just a fair way of saying to them, all right, let's try to come together as consensus. And if we just make a motion, though, let's purchase the property. Once we get the property, then at least we know we've got it and we've got something to deal with. So that was what my intent was.
Councilor Caprioli?
And, again, Dana, I appreciate that you're looking for harmony. I think that's good. But as I stated before, and I don't want to keep repeating myself because it's been a long night, but, it was very clear. The voters already did vote. They said they wanted athletic fields. People have been talking about it for 3 years. It's not a surprise. No one came forward, as Mr. Harkins pointed out, to any of the recreation meetings and said, no, we don't want athletic fields. No, we don't want this to happen. So I really thought that the vote was extremely clear, and again, I understand what you're trying to do. Thank you.
Councilor Foster?
Just to clarify, Councilor Hart, Chairman Hart, you said that it really didn't matter that this said for use as an athletic field. You yourself, so I just don't want people to vote for or against something when we're talking about semantics.
The proposal from the Open Space Commission was to buy it because we could use it for athletic fields. That's what their suggestion was.
Okay, now if we vote to just buy it, that doesn't stop us from using it as athletic fields.
That's correct.
It doesn't stop us from using it to put a new Department of Public Works out there.
That's true. But let's not even start that rumor.
Well, so I just want to make sure, and even if it did have tacked on athletic field, you were saying that did not guarantee that it would be for an athletic field. Am I correct?
Correct, because we'd have to make further decisions about appropriations of funds and acceptance of grants to actually construct the fields.
Thank you.
Councilor Morrison?
I'd just like to echo what Dana was saying. I think the important issue right now is to just obtain this parcel of land, and I think if we can do that without putting any restrictions on us one way or the other, it just moves the whole thing along. I think in a way we're actually closer to our goal of fields just by saying yes tonight. At least that's how I understood it.
Okay. Councilor Caprioli?
I would not feel that we were any closer than we were 3 years ago unless it said athletic field. Just like the people who voted for that open space bond wanted or other public facilities in there because they weren't feeling comfortable that money could be used for that. So understand my point of view as I've understood yours, and I'd be extremely disappointed if this passed without for use as an athletic field.
More question on that.
We had a site walk in which I'm kind of disappointed that majority of the council didn't make the site walk to see the property before you vote on buying it. But we had a sidewalk on Saturday, and but going into that sidewalk, I didn't support buying it for athletic fields. I had changed my mind, even though I was on the Open Space Commission. But after the sidewalk, I just, I looked at the property and I said, well, this would work. It had been made out to me through comments from people that the property was so badly sloped and so ledgy and so rocky to make it basically impossible to do. And I've seen a lot of land in Newmarket, and the only really good land is the gravel pits if you want to put athletic fields in cheaply, but they're not cheap properties, and we haven't been able to come to agreement with anybody out there. So seeing that we have options, a few options, and seeing really the property after walking on it and looking how close Falls Brook was, and then looking at the backyards of people's houses and all the lawn they had going up to Falls Brook, the choice to me was buying it, and I think that the proposal is best. And when I'm voting for this, whatever the language says, if I'm on the council, when it comes up, I'll be voting for it for athletic fields again. So I just want to make it clear, whatever this motion is, I'm buying it so we use it for athletic fields and conservation. I think that the proposal doesn't exclude the second one. Councilor Glennon.
Yes, I would like to offer Ms. Caparoli a change of that motion, if I could.
Sure.
What I would propose then is that we purchase the Packers Falls Russo property for the $311,000 for athletic fields / conservation.
I would be agreeable to that.
And so move, I will make that change. Do you want a second?
I feel pretty comfortable with that.
I have a question. As the chair, I have to ask what the slash means. Is that and or and or?
It could be and or. In other words, if the
More
taxpayer.
with a dash.
Yeah, all right. If the taxpayers vote down the athletic fields, then we would have it.
Well, I guess I keep hearing that, and I know that there's been talk in the paper that there's going to be a warrant article, a petition warrant article. We don't have one yet, and it's our responsibility to make these decisions. That's why we got elected. Let's not, we didn't put out buying the Grapevine Hill Tuttle Swamp property to the public. We didn't put, and there was opposition. It was a 4-3 vote on the council. We didn't put out buying the Hilton Tree Farm conservation easement to the public.
So
let's suck it up and make the decision.
All right,
I mean,
so
come
are
on.
you saying, well, no, I'm in the faith of, trying to work in a compromise here so we can show unity on this council for the purpose of purchasing that land. But as well as Ms. Caprioli has her stance, I also have mine, because she's representing her constituents and I'm representing mine. So in the spirit of compromise, that's what I'm offering right now. Are you telling me, Mr. Chairman, that you have a hard time with that?
I have a hard time with us suggesting that we're going to buy the property and then wait until May to give the public a chance to vote on something that we've already been authorized to do, and that we have the responsibility to make the decision. That's why we sit up here. That's why we get paid the big bucks. That's why we go to all these meetings and go on site walks and listen to the public for over an hour and a half. To suggest that we should just wait for a warrant article to come forward, and I'm not trying to prevent that from happening. If it happens and it comes out differently, the council will be obligated to follow that decision.
Well, I'm
So-
not even suggesting a warrant article.
You talked about it several times, so.
I said that there was conversation out there for a warrant article. You've heard it, I've heard it.
Okay, well, that's, my only point is that you were suggesting that we should wait until the warrant article is voted on. There is no warrant article right now, and I don't agree that we should wait. You did say that. We can listen to the tape later.
All right.
So we have a motion, we have an amendment to the motion that's been accepted, I believe, by both. We
Yeah.
should make it for athletic field / rec conservation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just need to write that down. Jim, what's the time frame by which we have to formally accept the grant?
He doesn't know. I asked him that.
I think we probably could wait till May. I gotta go back and look at that, but I think we have some time. They're gonna send the paperwork to Al, and we'll know that. I'm not sure the formality, he's gonna get the information sent.
Yeah, I just was.
I think they're gonna take their time,
I already have the paperwork, Jim,
Do
so
what?
you want to look at it tomorrow.
Okay, I don't know the answer to that
If that could be reported back to the council, that'd be great.
It just came in.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions from the council? Everybody clear about what we have a motion for? Okay. Then let's call the roll.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hard.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, next one is Resolution 2005-05, the resolution relating to the approval of the municipal budget. There's copies of this up front if you would like it.
Would you explain the big bucks?
Yeah.
Really? Some people
This is why we sit up here and get the big bucks.
He gets paid in elk.
Yeah.
He gets paid in elk.
He gets an extra $500, you know?
Do you?
Question, did you just vote to change the language of that resolution? Now you have to vote on the resolution?
There's no resolution. What are you talking about?
Well, I'm sorry, the language of the,
No, it was a friendly amendment.
so it's just.
They
one.
both agreed, so.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not a strict Robert's Rules of Order because I think that is a procedural thing that is done to make people look like fools and not be able to achieve their
Didn't want to
goals.
make sure that you didn't leave here tonight.
No.
Didn't finish
If
what
Brian
you
didn't agree, then we would have had to have a motion to amend and then vote on the motion to amend. You agreed, so we're all good. All right, so resolution relating to the approval of the municipal budget. Whereas the town council has completed a thorough review of the proposed budget, now therefore be it resolved by the town council of the town of Newmarket to recommend to the budget committee the following appropriations. Administration, $1,019,536. Employee benefits, $928,598. Capital improvements, $996,621. Recreation, $408,754. Debt service, $299,800. Police, $1,093,551. Emergency services, $175,970. Public Works, $1,407,725. Library, $234,798. Grants, $57,667. Social service grants, $47,360. Subtotal, $6,670,380. Water Department budget, $887,877. Wastewater Department, $862,099 for a grand total of $8,420,356. Given at the Town Council Chambers, Newmarket, New Hampshire, this second day of February in the year of our Lord 2005. May I have a motion regarding Resolution 2005-05? Councilor Caprioli.
I'll make a motion to pass Resolution 2005-05, a resolution relating to the approval of the municipal budget.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Foster seconds. Discussion.
Yes.
Councilor Glennon.
I just want it to be known for the record that I did not attend the budget hearing meetings for a couple of reasons. One was the death of the family, I was ill, and one was because of an ice storm trying to get home from Portsmouth. But I have followed the budget, I have looked at it, and I'm in favor of it.
Is there any other discussion or comments? I want to thank Al because this is the first time the council's given a directive in terms of what we want the budget to come in at. And we requested that he can provide us with his town administrator recommended amount and a 5% as the maximum. And working with the staff, he was able to get the proposed budget at 4.93% increase. And he felt that that would meet the needs of the town without sacrificing services. So thank you for doing that. I know that maybe we'll set a standard for future councils and maybe we'll shoot lower next year, Mr. Hamill. I know Jerry said if you shoot for 5, you're going to get 5. And maybe we'll try harder next year for a lower amount. Seeing the increases in some neighboring towns in the paper, we're doing well. Any other comments or questions? All right, call the roll, please.
Counselor Jerry Hamill.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamill.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Scare me for a second there.
Well, I can't believe we just approved the budget unanimously.
No, I saw the look in your face when I started.
With Leo in the audience.
Recommend a budget to the budget committee.
Yeah, that's all.
Moving on.
On to the next step. Okay. Number 6, town council to consider nominations. We have appointments and elections. Nicholas Popoff has applied to be appointed as an alternate to the Advisory Heritage Commission with his term expiring 2006. Our process is to accept an open floor nominations and then to vote on each nomination. So, would anyone like to nominate someone for the Advisory Heritage Commission alternate position?
Other than him,
You can nominate whoever you want.
I want to nominate Nick Popoff.
I'll second it.
Is there anybody else with any other nominations?
Should we just say to the term expires 2006? Sorry.
To the term that expires in 2006.
You know why? Because people get confused at the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please get the weird European.
Nick is, I can't believe he's applying for another committee. So, the gentleman's amazing. If he's watching, thank you, Nick, because he was at the parking committee on Tuesday night and very productive and great comments. He doesn't say very much, but when he says it, it makes a lot of sense. And that's a great committee member, so I'm glad he's still interested in being involved. Let's call the roll. Well, are there any other nominations? Okay, closing the floor to nominations. We've got a motion basically to nominate Nicholas Popoff to the Advisory Heritage Commission for a term expiring in 2006. Can you please call the roll?
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next agenda is, actually, you know what? It's 10:30 and Jen Jarvis and Tina are here and Cynthia Copeland are here for item 9A.
Want to do my report?
What are you here for, Leo?
8. You want to be a
We got
gentleman?
3 people.
Huh?
We got 3 people.
Ladies before
And you're
gentlemen.
retired. You can sleep in.
There you go, that's a very good point. Or you
Thank
can
you.
go for the kitchen.
Before that, he worked for the town. He can sleep in then.
Okay, thank you, Leo. I know Jen asked, are we going to get to it tonight? And I know that they, participated in a discussion about it. So if the council's okay, let's skip to 9A, then we'll go back.
Want to do the whole report, my whole report? Might as well. while we're there.
We're doing 9A.
Okay.
We're skipping your report for now. Sorry, Al. Then we'll go back to the regular agenda in order. So I had hoped to get this out earlier, but it didn't. And it was in your boxes yesterday, so I hope you had a chance to read it. There's a little brief memo about this idea that has been floated around for a couple years, and I'm bringing it up again for consideration. We don't have to act on it tonight because the proposal is not to use any property tax revenue to pay for the position. And we just passed the budget. But it's the idea of a community and economic development coordinator. That's kind of the rough name. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, but I met with, talked to John Algren on the phone, I talked to Val Shelton, talked to Renan Cohen on the phone, and then I talked to Jen Jarvis, and she suggested, well, maybe you want to meet with some members of the Business Association. So I met with 5 members of the Business Association on Sunday, just to get their input. And this memo kind of summarizes everybody's input. And the idea is to have the town hire a staff person on a short-term basis. And what I mean is I don't consider this to be a permanent position. Of course, we can't decide that as a council because we can't obligate a future council. It's inside your mailbox.
I have my mailbox.
It's a 2-page memo. It was probably in the back.
Yeah, it looks like this.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll summarize it because I think if I summarize it, it'd be as clear as if you read it. So, start again. The idea is to have a community economic development coordinator. And the reason I think that's a position that we need right now is because we have so many projects that are related to community and economic development. And we have one staff person, essentially, Al Dixon, and Clay Mitchell, when he has time, that can help do those things. That's not enough staff people. I don't care who the town administrator is. It's not enough people to deal with the water issue, the sewer issues that are going to come up. Phase 2, coordinating that and communicating adequately with the public. The working with the NCDC on whoever is going to end up developing the mills, and then trying to get Black Bear TIF going. That's a lot of responsibility. We haven't made much progress on Black Bear, not because we haven't tried, but because I think part of the reason is we haven't had someone to able to focus their full attention on it. So this, what's being suggested in this memo is that we start discussions about this idea, and we start discussing it and thinking of the position being hired sometime in 2005 and continuing through 2008. And there's two sources of funding that are possible right now. That's the two TIF bonds. The TIF districts, we have the capacity to use revenue from the TIF districts to pay for administration. We haven't done that to date because we haven't needed to. But we could use revenue from the downtown TIF and from the Black Bear TIF, proportional to the amount of work that would be working on those areas, as best we can estimate, to support the work that's going on in those areas. Let's see. So you can see that I've listed some priorities for this position in my mind. One of them is first to focus on the downtown. That's phase 2 and any other related projects like buying parking that the parking committee might suggest, dealing with the Route 108 corridor, completing phase 1 if it's still going on. The second priority would be the Black Bear TIF district and making sure there's access to that. I see this person serving as the town representative to the committees that are associated with those different projects, the downtown TIF district, the Black Bear TIF district, and to the NCDC. The town administrator has a, I'm not sure what the right name is, but a seat on that board. And it's difficult for him to make the meetings because of his time commitments already. I also think the other second priority for this position would be to serve as a liaison and project manager for phase 2. When I say project manager, I mean in terms of the town's role in that. And that role to me is communicating to the business owners, the residents, to us, to other stakeholders about what's happening in the project, getting the feedback from folks and relaying it to the town administrator and to us as necessary and to the construction firm to minimize impact and make a better conduit for communication. In discussing this, some people said to me, well, that's the responsibility of people that are being affected. And I agree. I think people need to be more involved. Unfortunately, they're not. And it's creating problems for our ability to do the things that we want to do. And that's why I think this might be an important role. What I mean by that is people don't come to the meetings. They don't take the time to learn all the details. They expect us to come to them. So we're going to need to do that to some extent, and I think this position is the right person to do it. So in this particular portion of the job is really more of a coordinator versus a director. That would be coordinator is coordinating what's happening, and director is trying to go out there and get new businesses. That's the third part, which is going out and getting new businesses for the downtown, for the mills, working with the NCDC, and also for the Black Bear TIF. And then the fourth part is marketing Newmarket in the way that suits our goals, that is consistent with our mission and vision as a town and our master plan, and getting businesses to come to town for the Black Bear TIF, the downtown, and other areas, like the Route 152 sand pits that we've designated as a B3 district. The preliminary discussions with Al about this position was that it would cost probably around $50,000 for a quality person to do the job with benefit. And so this actually, the salary would be a little bit lower than that from what the new information is. With all the other expenses of a person, you're probably looking at $70,000 to $80,000.
How does that compare to other communities?
That's,
Say that again, I'm sorry.
so you pay the person like $40,000 to $50,000 salary, and then you have benefits on top, and then you have like travel and
Right.
conferences and postage and, you know, a desk and stuff like that.
So the budget for that department, so to speak, would be around 80,000.
70 to 80, that's a rough guess.
Guess.
And we're going to have to look at this more specifically. And I don't want to rush the discussion on it. I just want to get it on the table so we can start discussing it as we move forward. Let's see. The other potential funding sources, one of the ideas originally was that this might make sense for water and sewer work as well. And we could use water and sewer revenue to help pay for it. But there's enough work for this person just to focus on these things and help support economic development. And water and sewer aren't really economic development, so it wasn't the best connection. Then the other sources, there might be some grant funds, and Cynthia's here to talk about that, but I think that might not work for this position. And then maybe the NCDC, MBA, and Main Street Corporation might be able to contribute a small portion, you know, a couple $1,000s a year gross between all of them. That's been broached, but they haven't made any decisions. They haven't talked to their whole boards about that. And whether or not that's possible probably depends on whether we proceed with it and whether or not people think that this is a good position. So that's kind of what the memo says. Mr. Dixon, and then Ms. Caprioli, Councilor Caprioli.
You want to take Councilor Caprioli?
Yeah, sure. Councilor Caprioli.
I think this is a really good idea. I think we need this additional person, especially with the amount of things that are gonna be happening in the future. I think it'll also help us with the communication piece, and, I like the idea. My only question is, as we work on this, cause I'm on the understanding that this is an idea and we're gonna work on this. I'd like to see some specific, goals in line with work on access to Black Bear, exactly what we want for access or whatever, town's role in the, Phase 2 project, exactly what they'd be responsible for, that type of thing. Kinda just
Yeah,
bullets or, which I know this is a general idea and we'll.
No, that makes sense. And I think if the council, we'll discuss this at other workshops in more detail, and if we think it's something good, then what the next step might be is to meet with Underwood and say, look, we need to have someone that on the town end doing this general idea. How do you see that interacting with you guys, and how does that work? Meet with the groups from the downtown area and people and say, what would be beneficial to you? And get all that input and put together a job description and responsibilities that make sense. Mr. Dixon and then Councilor Glennon.
Yes. In connection with this, I had the occasion to meet with the Executive Director of the Stratford Regional Planning Commission, Cynthia Copeland, and there was a possibility of securing some funds for a position similar to this. We had to explore it. I would say tonight is safely to say, with the description of what we're looking at, probably not. Those funds probably would not be accessible for economic development type position. And we discussed today the linkage of planning on it. So although Cynthia and I will do a little more brainstorming as to what we can or cannot do with the monies and what connection we can have, that's probably not a possibility. I provided a copy of the letter to Underwood Engineering some time ago from Jennifer Jarvis and the NBA, and last week I did have an opportunity to meet with them, and they gave me some of their notes and we discussed it extensively. And in the recent past, I've had some discussions with Jennifer Jarvis as president of the NBA, and I would say that, with everyone's expectations and the amount of work that's going to be involved in the downtown, I can see that for the next year and a half, this position would probably find themselves absorbing probably better than 50% of their time in trying to work to get a game plan together to go. And as far as coordinating with Underwood, that discussion's been had. Basically, he'd be the staff person that I would assign to just work with them to help facilitate all of the meetings that are going to take place on this project. They would be the media person, the PR person. I wrote extensively on the a letter that I'm considering sending to the MBA on behalf of the council. Another suggestion that came out as a result of the meeting with the Underwood is that why not have someone from, during the period of construction, because that's when it's really critical, from the MBA designated. And that would be helpful, Jennifer, we discussed, if it was one person so that the continuity would be there from the time we start to the time we finish. Accountability was talked about. I feel that everybody has worked to get accountability and what we pay for, but certainly as far as moving forward in this project, I think it could help create a lot better understanding with that person from the MBA designated, meeting monthly with the progress report, contractors and everything, the problems that are coming up. And I think it'd give a new understanding to accountability. So I think that there's some good things. And I emphasize that the council really has been listening to the suggestions and the communications that have been coming in. And part of that I think, clearly demonstrated is when you all agreed to set up a parking committee to start looking at preemptive things. So The whole letter is structured at trying to outline, and the more I think about it, the more I've thought about it, better the idea is to have somebody, and they're going to be, I think, pretty well absorbed right in the downtown until right about, I would say, December of 2006.
Councilor Lennon?
If I read this right, the concept I like. I will support that. But if I read this right, there was at the moment, no cost to the taxpayer?
That's the way that's the way I prefer it to happen, but I think, if we can't do it all from the TIF, I'm willing to consider someone. I think it's that important, because it's going to be beneficial to the whole town.
Well, how would we be able to do that when we just passed the budget? Where will we get the funds?
Because the TIF budget and TIF revenue is off budget.
Oh, no, okay, no, I meant,
Well, we have $10,000, $20,000 in the line item for economic development, which we've used to pay for studies. So we could use it.
Use some of that money.
It's consistent with the purpose of that money, so we could use it for this.
well, I was glad
But
to hear.
that's not what I thought.
Not what you had really in mind. I was glad to hear that we would be looking to the NCDC because initially that person might be working closer with them than it would be with the downtown. Because the NCDC is, my understanding is gonna move here at some point to, facilitate a garage and things like that. So this person could work there, but I would like to see some funds coming from the NCDC to support that entity. Other than that, do you foresee this to be somewhere down the road a full-time position funded by the town? Are we heading there?
Well, here, I'll tell you what Val Shelton told me. She said, Brian, every time you hire somebody, they do their job, and they don't ever work themselves out of their job. What her message was, they'll do a good job, and then they're going to find more stuff to do. So, my thought is, we need this in the next 3 years for this project. At that point, the town council and the public will have to decide whether or not the position continues, and for what purpose. I can't deny what Val said. She's accurate in saying that. She talked to me about the land trust I work for. Before me, there was nobody working for the land trust. I started, now we have a second staff person, and we have more work than we can do. Because we're doing a good job, and just like this person hopefully would do a good job, they're going to find more things to do. The public's going to say, oh, that person does a great job. Let's get them working on the Riverwalk, and let's get them working on the B3 district or whatever. But that's, we can put guidelines on what we want to do. We can't control what a future council does and what the public does in the budget. My vision right now is getting phase 2 done, and at the same time working on Blackberry Trail.
I would agree with Val Shelton on that. I absolutely would agree with that. But if it should become a full-time position funded by the town and the taxpayer, that would have to be voted on by.
To be voted on the budget.
On the budget.
And the
It could just be added to the budget. The council could decide next year to put it into the budget, and then it would be up to the taxpayer to decide whether or not they like the bottom line of the budget.
Just like when we added the full-time planner and the information system specialist.
Okay, I think it's a good conduit with the Newmarket Business Association. I think that's one of your biggest concerns was communication. And this certainly will facilitate that. Thank you.
Minister Dixon and Councilor Caprioli.
Yes, I think that in answer to the question, where could the majority of funds come from, which come to shove, because of the concentration of work that's being proposed in the downtown, it's entirely within the TIF district. So, and I really feel that, like I said, there's going to be a considerable amount of time devoted to just bringing parties together in meetings. And that's a big effort.
And the TIF would support it all by itself?
Yes, yes, it could. The answer to that, simply.
Councilor Caprioli.
Just a thought to throw out there about funding, and I don't expect to go into a big conversation about it, but just something to think about is a consultant or subcontractor would alleviate the benefits part of that. I don't know if that would be the best way to go, but it might be something to consider.
Yeah, we can discuss that more if we work up with this. Al and I discussed that, and you have to pay the contractor a higher rate, so you don't get as many hours, and then you can't necessarily control them as well. If you have a staff person there for 40 hours a week, you're gonna get a lot of productivity out of them. That's, so, but it might make sense in certain, maybe it makes sense for the first couple months. We'll have to discuss that more. It's something to look at.
Can I ask a question on that? Did you mean like a project manager hired by the engineering company?
No, the town, remember how when Clay first started with the town part-time, he was hired as a consultant. He still worked himself way into a job, but we needed him. But if this is truly temporary until, who knows what can happen, but it's just another option.
Sort of like the Stafford regional person who was here used that type of scenario, and then Clay came in, and then he worked into that position. Is that what you were referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So would the council agree to put this on maybe the February workshop to discuss further and
Yes.
figure out the next step? Okay.
Well, you agree? I'm sorry if I was.
All right. Thank you for staying so late.
Very much.
Okay, town council for town administrator report. Then we'll be on to Leo. Town council authorization for town administrator to execute agreement with property liability trust regarding capping rates.
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I don't know.
She stayed around for that. Oh. Still.
Okay, Mr. Dixon.
Yes, I'm sorry, there's nothing in the package. Basically, I looked at that tonight. Property Liability Trust has provided all the communities an option of capping their insurance increases for the next 3 years to 2% of what you are currently paying each year. So,
Would you say that again?
they're capping, and they've done this in the past.
The rate increase?
The rate increase.
So the liability.
Property Liability Trust.
Just property.
Property Liability Trust, which includes vehicles.
It's not health.
It's not our health insurance.
No. Oh, absolutely not.
Darn.
Absolutely not.
I knew
No,
those two
but
things.
we signed agreements such as this, you've authorized signing agreements such as this in the past. Our property liability insurance and vehicular insurance is very reasonable, and it's reasonable because we take part in the New Hampshire Municipal Pool, which was set up specifically to serve municipalities when municipalities in the 70s and 80s were having a difficult time securing this insurance. So it makes a lot of sense. There shouldn't be any opposition to it. I just need your authorization and a motion to execute the agreement capping our rate increases.
For 3 years, you
For
said?
3 years,
That's
yes.
pretty good.
Yeah.
I remember you talked about this recently.
Yes,
I don't remember
I
what it
did.
was,
What do we,
I think.
do we have any idea what we're paying now?
Well, we approximately in our budget, I believe it's around $50,000 that we budget.
For all vehicles and town property?
Yes, yes. And I'm willing to bet if you go back in your records, of course, we've added a lot, but I would say that in the, when the crunch was on in the late 80s, mid to late 80s, when municipalities actually were not being able to secure insurance, I think you would find that you were paying much more at that time than you are today, and you have a lot more property to cover.
Counselor Foster?
I don't want to belabor good news to death, but why do they do this?
Yeah, it's my-
Well,
I mean, they're getting us to sign up for 3 years, but there's really not many other games in town, and there's not a better game in town either, so, 30 seconds or less?
it's a self-insured trust. It's a nonprofit. It's set up for the benefit of the communities. They calculate, and I've served on that board in the past. I'm not currently on it. They calculate what they need for premiums, and this is a way of actually giving a dividend to the participants, okay, in advance. All right, instead of giving a cash dividend. They used to give cash dividends on an annual basis. That's right.
Like you get that from Progressive Insurance.
Yeah.
Amica too.
And now they've taken the strategy that the communities, and I agree with them, feel better knowing, as budgeting, it's difficult budgeting, and if you get hit with 10 or 15% increases, and it becomes hard for you to take care of it. Well, in this case, they're saying we want to put some certainty in that projection for this aspect of the budget, which is working very well in the self-insured pool.
So does this mean that there would be no, like, rebate back? Are we currently getting a rebate back?
There hasn't been. They've had this program. This will be the second time that we've signed an agreement you've authorized, if you do it.
Extension.
If you authorize this tonight, it'll be the second time that you've authorized the signing of an agreement with the Property Liability Trust to cap those premiums.
But no rebate back?
Yes, that's right.
Counselor Caprioli?
He answered my question.
Now, when I say no rebate back, the Board of Directors, if they have phenomenal years, could change their mind at any time and issue it separately,
no
but you know
guarantee.
what your cost is.
That happened with Amico Insurance. I got a rebate back. I get a rebate, like $150 every year back. If they have a large pool of money every so many years, which I think the last one, 2 years ago, got a large sum of money of $350 in addition. So.
Would it have to do with the fact that once 9/11 happened, all the property insurance rates went way up, and now they're starting to relax again? So are they trying to get us to stay in, so when they fall a little bit, we're not looking?
You'd be surprised since 9/11. What 9/11 did really was give the insurance companies a great opportunity to increase premiums whether they needed them or not. And the reinsurance rates went up phenomenally.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And right now, we deal with reinsurance in our health program. We have a small self-insured pool here. And it's softening, but not to any great extent.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion regarding the authorization for the town administrator to execute agreement with Property Liability Trust regarding a 3-year contract, 2% increases?
I'll make the motion.
Counselor Caprioli, is there a second? Counselor Morrison? Any further discussion? All right, please call a roll.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Wilhelm.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Town council to consider old business. Jerry, you had something, right?
Well, it's gonna probably be in conjunction with Leo.
Okay.
Well, it's
Mr.
not, but
No.
basically, saying that, I got a call from
Can you-
Charlie Marino tonight.
Can you go up to the podium?
Forest.
Because it's on TV and,
Being broadcast throughout America.
Tell him to shut it off. Okay. Okay, basically I got a call from Charlie Marino. Something's bouncing.
yeah, we're not sure why.
Okay, yeah. Tonight, and I guess he's had loggers up there looking at it, and there's a logger that's working in Newfields next week for a little finishing up a job, and he thinks he can get him to come into Newmarket, and it's what we talked about before, is he's got to put together a contract, and we talked about with you and with Al, that Al, we think, was given authority to sign a contract for this logging back, okay, and so want to confirm that because Charlie's going to have a contract in here. Before he makes a contract, he wants the board to consider waiving or abating the timber tax. The timber tax basically is paid by the people who own, which is the town, to be paid to the town. So if they waive it, then the contract will reflect it. If they don't waive it, then the logger will add whatever the timber tax is to what he's going to charge, then he will pay the tax to us. So it's basically a tax that the town would be paying to the town. And if
So
they
the question
waive-
is, do we want to take some expenditures and make them become revenue?
Yeah, really.
That's the only twist, I mean, but we don't want to do that.
Extend it to
Do we have the ability to abate this?
Okay, it's either can abate it or waive it.
Okay.
On the timber tax, and that's what, so when he wants, the contract he wants to make is gonna
Okay.
state that the timber tax would be waived if you people want to waive it, and therefore it will be reflected in the price that they will pay you for the logs.
What's the cost of the contract expected to be? I can't remember. The contract with Mr. Marino, isn't it like?
Well, we had a basic contract for $4,000 on the assumption that they were gonna do all the properties, And we've since walked the properties, and there is no value of any of the timbers we found on the Leary property, and the other property further back on the west side of the telegraph lines. Two problems. There's very little timber there, and there is a fairly large wetland crossing, and he says he's only limited to 200 feet of wetland crossing. Could end up going way around, but for what little he would get off, that wouldn't be worth it. So basically, all we're going to do is the stuff along the brook and along the entrance and everything.
I've seen that, when we were out on the sidewalk, we saw the blue slashes on the tree. Those are the trees that are gonna be cut.
Yeah, right.
So basically, if we made a motion to authorize the town administrator to execute a contract with Charlie Marino and to authorize the waiving of the timber tax on the sale, on the cutting on the town-owned property, that's what you're looking for?
Yeah, and he would reflect that in the contract that he would bring to Al.
Counselor Foster?
Like to make a motion? Or do we have more discussion?
No, we should make a motion then discuss,
Okay.
if we have further discussion. That's,
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the town administrator to enter into a contract with Mr. Marino for the cutting of the timber on the town-owned property and to waive the timber tax.
okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Counselor Morrison, thank you. Discussion. Counselor Glennon?
Yeah, I kind of feel that this contractor is holding us hostage here. Let me finish. If we waiver the tax, all right, this happens. If we don't waiver it, he's just going to tack the price onto us.
Well, that's
how it works. Is that,
He has to.
yeah.
He has to pay the tax.
He has to pay the tax.
That's how everybody
And
does
it's the landowner that pays the tax, not the timber
That's
operator.
state regulated.
And if I understand it right, if we waive it, he'll cut that out of his price.
Out of what he will, now
Right.
we
We're
haven't
gonna
got,
charge him less,
because,
he's gonna
So he
charge us
still
less.
pays the tax?
No,
No.
that's what I'm saying. It's,
Oh.
if we keep it in there, we're basically spending money here and getting it over there into our revenue.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
No, I understand that process, but I guess I'm confused that if we do this, nobody ends up paying any tax.
Exactly.
So why we have such a law?
because if you, if
town
you,
For other
land.
situations.
Yeah,
Only because it's town.
Yeah, right, like right now.
That
this-
was
this-
somebody's private, like Jerry, your property, and
Jerry
somebody
would
was
pay
coming
the
in.
tax.
Yeah, you couldn't avoid it.
Oh.
You pay the tax.
unless you're a counselor.
There you go, yeah. But being a town parcel, the town is the recipient of the tax.
Okay.
Doesn't go to the state government, doesn't go to
Right,
the
well, I
federal
understand
business.
that, all right. I just kind of felt like he was holding us hostage, you know? Like, you do this, I'm gonna do this.
I think the last time I waived a timber tax was for Leo.
Oh, jeez. Okay. So- No, we're gonna move on. We got other things to do.
You're on
So,
tape now.
anybody,
Yeah.
any other discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll on the motion to authorize the contract with Charlie Marino and the waiving of the timber tax on the sale of the timber from the town-owned land in Fallsbrook.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Is there anything
Okay.
further old business?
Yes, this is the one that Jerry was going to talk about. I got a call from Al this morning about possibly setting up a meeting for the work session on the 18th. It's Mary Courier. And I told him that Mary is going on she's going to be gone for the next 15, 18 days, starting shortly. And Jerry and I met with Mary yesterday about the wetlands permit application, and it looks like it would be ready, the draft would be ready sometime near the end of February. And we're wondering if instead of working for that, we hold this off until we go over the draft for the wetlands application, which I presume you people want to look at before we send it to Frank Richardson. And I don't think we could meet with Mary any earlier anyways, because she's going to be gone for the next 2 or 3 weeks. I guess she's going on some seminar or something, then she's going to Orlando with her grandkids or whatever, and she's gonna be gone for the next 2 or 3 weeks, so I was thinking that we could wait until the wetlands application draft was ready.
Leo, if we did that, we would be going to the March workshop. That's really far away.
You can call a special meeting or whatever, whenever.
Make it sound so easy.
No, well, it's, I don't know, one thing, I guess the question is, what questions would you want to ask Mary? I guess,
I think it would, well, let me explain to the council. I talked to Mary Curry this morning because I had concerns about the email that she sent to Frank Richardson that said that the town's position was that the prime wetlands application could be withheld until we resolved the Falls Brook situation, which is not the town's position. We've never made a position to say that.
she said that, sent that?
And she credited you with saying that. So you might want to discuss that with her. I don't know.
Is that why Clay was upset with
Yes.
his memo?
Yeah. So I don't care. We're not laying blame. Mr. Richardson understands the town's position now because we had a conference call with him. And we're going to continue to meet to resolve that issue.
Okay.
And we'll probably have a council discussion on it at the workshop with a proposal to discuss. So I don't want to get into that tonight. It's
Okay.
too late. But, so I called Mary and I said, Mary, I explained my concerns about that, and I said, I have a couple questions. And then I asked her, would you be willing to come into a council meeting and explain what the work is going to consist of? And I thought it made sense to me to have the company that we hired to do the work, the design, to come in and answer the questions about it. That's all.
The work for the wetlands application?
No, the actual design. I don't care about the wetlands application. I want to know what the design of the new system's going to be and understand it and be able to explain it to people. And I thought Mary, since she's designing it, or Jerry Lang is,
Yeah.
would be the right people to come in.
Yeah,
If
okay.
the February workshop doesn't work, we could probably do it at the business meeting in March. But if we went to the business workshop, March workshop, that's just so far away. So Mary said to me she could make the 16th. She penciled it in.
Make it when?
She said she could make February 16th.
Oh, really? Okay.
Either she
Okay.
or Jerry Lang could make it.
Okay,
And Jerry might actually be better.
yeah, okay,
So how
yeah.
about we shoot for the workshop or the March business meeting? And we can have a presentation from Falls Brook and have her or him present to us the proposal as best they know it.
Okay,
Just so we stay on top of it. This is not an attempt by me to undermine the work on Falls Brook. It's the attempt for me to understand it better. That's all.
yeah, because they are quite far along on the design of the filter bed and the pipe going up through in the maintenance part, and they finished their wetlands studies that they have to
Delineation,
do. And I guess Jerry's talking about, he wants to do a little bit more work probably on, he wants to put a study on what he thinks might be the water usage, but it's going to be not much difference, or it might be different from what Dufresne Henry did, but to me, I would think the available water are one good way of finding out is going back to the records in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, how much water we got out of Falls Brook when that was our only source. No, we ran 300,000 gallons a day back then, and that was our only source. So I presume if we got it 400,000 back in the 70s and 80s, 60s, 50, 60, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, whatever, that data, one thing the water department did was crazy for keeping records, so I'm sure they're upstairs over if someone wants to look.
Leo, would it be okay if we had her come in for either that workshop or business meeting?
On the 18th, 16th, or whatever?
If she's available or if Jerry is.
Yeah, because I think there's going to be a meeting of the Falls Brook Committee for some other things that we will probably want to discuss at that night, too.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Councilor Caprielli has a question.
Leo, you haven't had any meetings since the last one we all were at, right?
Yeah, we haven't had, we're waiting,
Right.
we waited till.
I just want to make sure, because I forget sometimes.
No, we're planning on one for next Wednesday, because Mary, it's open on, I was gonna give you a call, but it looked open on the calendar that we received. There's not you people.
February, yeah.
Yeah, next Wednesday, and because to go over what Jerry Lang gave us, he has all the designs done of the, for his book, the designs of the filter bed, the design of cleaning up and everything, so we should be going over that and discussing what we might want to do for,
Well, we'll put it
add
on-
anything into the budget.
Well, we're gonna do it in the workshop or the business meeting. Thank you, Leo. Is there any other old business? Okay. Town council to consider new business correspondence. We already did A. B, Ledgeview Drive to become a town road. We've got a memo from Rick Molaski asking, saying that the road work is 100% completed and that he recommend towards accepting it.
Where's Ledgewood?
Ledgeview Drive.
It's up on top of Bennett Way.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is there a motion to
No way?
authorize?
Since they're the same? Bonnet and Ledgeview?
Yeah, and actually, this memo from Garnet is a year old, and everything has been done. Correct, Jerry?
Is that
Had to ask tonight.
Yeah, Rick was here. Rick said,
Didn't see the date.
Rick said that the second part is, this was an old memo, and it just got lost in the shuffle, but they have completed the fire pond. It was actually used in part for fire on Garnet Drive, although it didn't really work, because the water level was low.
So we're approving something that doesn't work?
It wasn't the fire pond's design, it was something else.
There's the beavers.
Had stopped the flow into it.
Does this also have the name of Hamel on it somewhere? Got it?
Yes.
Yeah, it might make sense, Jerry, if we combine them for you not to vote.
Yeah.
We voted them separately, I would think, because you had,
I don't have a problem.
Okay, I just-
Sitting them out.
yeah, they're gonna pass. All right, so, someone like to make a motion regarding Ledgeview and Garnet Drive?
Thank you. I'll make a motion to approve
Sorry.
Ledgewood Drive and Garnet Drive to become town roads.
I think Counselor Foster wants to second it.
Did you want to be first?
Nope, I'm
He
just
had
trying to
pushed
move
his- he had
things on.
pushed his
I
button and I
pushed the
didn't see
button.
it.
I'll second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Abstain.
Counselor Caprielli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye. In the
Mr. Chairman?
spirit of trying to keep things moving forward.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I didn't realize you skipped over my report so quick. I got a couple of key things that I need to talk with you on.
I'm really good, come on. All right, go ahead.
First of all, I think you all want to authorize me to do this.
Thank you, Leo.
We
Thank
have
you, Leo.
two,
I'm slow.
We may be here.
two grants that are awarded as a result of our bonding of the projects that we've done in the past for the water plant, to get $35,000 back on one, and to get $25,281. Now, in order to get that, there's a form that says, you know, and you have signed this in the past, that you authorize me to act on your behalf to get this money.
Where does it go?
I would need a motion on that, and for the record, and at least 4 signatures on that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so the motion is to authorize Town Minister Al Dixon to act on behalf of the town of Newmarket in negotiating and accepting any state aid payments in connection with sewage disposal facilities in the town of Newmarket. And we're eligible right now for a total of $50,000. $60,000.
Where does that money go?
That goes, that's already budgeted in as a net out as to debt service, okay? This is actually paying down, helping us pay down the bonds that are already out there, okay? So we budget that, but in order to get it, you have to do this. We got everything ready, I did sign it.
Discussion?
Wait, who made the motion?
I made the.
Okay, Counselor Foster makes the motion. Is there a second?
He seconded it, I think.
I made the motion.
Caprielli made the
Oh, I'm
second.
sorry.
Okay,
I said. Who said?
Counselor Caprielli made the motion. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. That's what I forgot. Counselor Foster seconded. The motion is to authorize town administrator to act on behalf of Newmarket to accept state aid for sewage disposal facilities in Newmarket. $60,000 is what we're eligible for right now.
Go
Any
get
discussion?
The money.
So, call the roll, please.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries. One other aspect.
Can I ask who signed
Once
this
every
already?
3 years, we also have to,
Who's this?
if we want to be active in perhaps taking opportunities in getting surplus property, you have to authorize by a majority of signatures, at least 4, to allow us to be able to get surplus property from the state.
What kind?
Well, in the past, the police department has got like a four-wheel drive pickup. The highway has got a pickup.
You get office equipment for the police department if you need
A
it?
lot of the equipment is pretty well worn by the time it gets there, but there's some pieces that we can get. We have got file cabinets, very reasonable for, next to nothing, $10, $15. File cabinets are expensive.
Can I have a motion to authorize town administrator to sign the form regarding getting state surplus equipment?
So moved.
Morrison makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Counselor Caprioli. Is there discussion? I'm rushing it, but I don't think it's a substantial decision, that's why. Okay, call the roll.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Brian Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart. Motion
Aye.
carries. Now, do you want to act on the, authorize up to $16,000 at this point for the, to work with, in cooperation with the state DOT when they paint the bridge? George has recommended it. At some point, it's gonna have to be painted. The brackets rust. If they rust and get to the point where they rust and something collapses, we'll spend a lot of money.
I just have a question on that. Now, phase 2 of 108 is not gonna go that far, and it's gonna have nothing to do with that water line that's under the bridge, because that's what we're painting, right?
And the brackets.
And the brackets.
And the brackets are metal into the.
So we're not gonna paint it and then rip it apart when we're doing phase 2?
Well, I think Underwood wants to see, and there's been a design in the past, to have an alternate loop over on that side. Now, that may not be in the same area, that alternate loop. It could be in one of the other footbridges we have, maybe.
Like underneath the
What does that
bridge,
mean?
between Schimberg's development and the bookstore?
This is what I.
No, not even that.
But the
other
line will
one.
not be discontinued.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
So, can we have a motion to authorize to expend up to $16,000 to paint the town's portion of the bridge?
Well, can't
And then-
Rick and some guys just go down there when the scaffolding's up, with, like, after they leave?
It's lead paint.
We're talking about removal
Spray
as
and
well
wood.
as painting.
They don't have to remove it. Oh, I see.
Yeah, they got a sandblast it.
Well, I'm not, if
Oh,
they-
well, there goes that clever idea.
I just like to have a motion, and then we can vote it up or down, that's all, and discuss it further. So,
Coming out of the
out of the, what was that fund now?
fund?
I would propose that we take it out of the license,
License revenue.
license plate revenue where we have the $5 surcharge.
If it isn't this solely for the water main?
Yeah.
Does it come out of water
But
money?
it wouldn't be prohibitive to use this for that, because we all benefit from it, fire protection and everything else. We put everything on the user, and
That's right.
there's gonna be a lot on the user, and this is one avenue which we could use that money for, and it's a small amount, and the money is there.
But
It's in the
is-
tip
And if you don't want to, then
yeah, the
otherwise-
tip. What about the tip? That's in the tip.
Yeah, but
Not,
that's not the appropriate use of that.
that's a maintenance item, okay?
You're not gonna think of the same way.
Now, if you don't choose to take it out of that fund, you certainly can authorize it out of the water fund. I have talked with George on that, and we would have to take it out of the water fund.
How about half and half?
Hmm?
How about half and half?
I have no problem, however you want to shake it out.
Councilor Glennon, did you just make a motion to
I did.
authorize it for half and half? All right.
Half water,
Half from half water, half from,
the
license.
$5 surcharge.
Registration surcharge. Okay.
The
Is there-
third out of the tip.
Is there a second?
I seconded.
Thank you. Discussion? Okay, call the roll. Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Brian Morrison.
Aye.
Counselor Wilfred Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Danny Lennon.
Aye.
Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart. Aye.
Better notice
Very
the
good
pattern
job.
after 11.
Just while you're doing it.
Yep. Let's see. Now,
Shoes back on.
we did get the settlement, as I reported, and as authorized by the town council on the building on
Quonset
Spring
hut.
Street, Quonset hut. I have solicited quotes from 3 companies on the abatement of asbestos. The cheapest quote is $8,900, and it was a company also that was recommended by the property liability trust, and we have used in the past. The quotes range from the $8,900 up to $19,000. Okay, so I would like to.
8,900, I'm tired, I was thinking
89,000.
89,000.
So do you want us to
God,
authorize
I
that?
didn't
I'd
think
like
we
to have
had
you
that.
authorize me entering into a contract, and it's $89 and some change, so if you could. They're out of Salem. Don't have their name.
All right,
down front.
Counselor Foster, just if you didn't hear,
Amount
that's
not to exceed 9,000, because it's 89 and some change.
up
Okay.
to $9,000 to remove asbestos.
I voted too.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Please.
Counselor Jerry
No
Hamel.
discussion?
Oh, sorry. Discussion? You better have something to say.
Actually, I didn't,
Be
you
the
just
first
blew me
time he
away.
did it.
Just blew me away when you said, all right, go ahead, just go vote.
Okay.
I just lost it. Oh, wait a minute, I know what it is now. Where is this, does this include the removal and hauling it away?
Everything.
Okay.
Complete abatement.
Okay, good, well, that's it.
Good question. All right, roll call vote.
Counselor Jerry Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Caprioli.
Aye.
Counselor Morrison.
Aye.
Aye.
Counselor Will Hamel.
Aye.
Counselor Glenn. Counselor Foster.
Aye.
Counselor Hart.
Aye.
Motion carries. You don't have to do this tonight, but
You need a whole
basically the
meeting.
next step, it takes 20 days to get the clearance, the permitting and everything, just even start to work on the asbestos, okay?
Okay.
So we got about a month looking at us here in the eye, but I'll be working with Rick on the demolition of that building. And
So,
That will save us some money.
yeah, are you gonna get proposals
Yes.
for us to evaluate and discuss?
Didn't get it
Next
yet.
workshop.
well, I don't know if we'll have them in the next workshop, but we'll have them within 30 days, okay?
Him and Rick there.
All right.
Proposals to demo the building.
Yes.
Yeah, and that includes the steel where it goes, and we make money on the steel.
Well, yeah,
Well,
it'd be into the price. So
it'll be in the price.
If the price is $80,000 and the steel's worth $80,000, it'd be $0 for us. But if the steel's worth 40 and the price is 80 to do the work, then we're gonna pay 40. I mean, so it's a wash.
But, I mean, I guess my intent there was, it was gonna be like sold, it wasn't just gonna be hauled away and thrown away.
Actually, I've got this wild idea, and if you want to hear it,
No.
No, not tonight.
it's really good.
I've heard it, but I don't want to hear it.
That's
tonight.
on public TV.
Gary knows it.
No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, folks. That's it.
Okay, new business correspondence. There's two things that I want to bring to attention, or one, actually. We got a letter from the community church back in August, and we discussed it several times, and we discussed it with them at meetings. But just like the business association, they would like a response in writing to the letter. And this letter was put in your box again, so.
I know, I just saw it.
That's
I
about
don't
the
know where it
driveway?
is.
And what we've explained to them is that, yes, the sketch plans show a reconfiguration of the Rivermore lot. And we all realize that Rivermore and the church have to agree to it. And that we're not at the point of making that decision, and therefore, they should just consider an idea and not as a threat.
Did somebody say this right in public, that we won't steal their driveway?
Yes. They want it in writing. And
Well, put it in writing.
No
So,
faith.
so I think what, I just want to make sure that the council will authorize Al to write on behalf of the council a brief letter, and I think you've already drafted it.
Yep.
That says, just basically what I said. Here's the status of it, and what we'd like to do is the next step is we'd like to meet with you and Rivermore, representatives of Rivermore, representatives of the church, and the council and Al to discuss how to proceed and figure out if there's a solution that can meet everybody's needs.
Yeah, could we get copies of that, just so when we get yelled at, we could say, no, here's the letter.
I mean, it took a while, but again, I thought we had the communication directly, verbally, but people
We
want it in
did.
writing.
That's why.
So that's okay. So is that all right? We don't have to do a formal vote, and Al and I will work on that. Any other new business that people want to bring up at 11:12?
No.
All right.
20.
Personnel,
Add that.
personnel, as it says in the report, they're going to schedule the swearing-in ceremony for Kevin.
Uh-huh.
And we got that nice editorial in the Exeter newsletter, which is like first time ever. They made a positive editorial about something the town council did. So I don't know if you all saw that.
One where none of us were in effigy, burning.
Yeah, let's not do that in public.
Okay, no, Mr. Chairman, I just have one thing. I made that note in my report, and at that time it wasn't scheduled, and I'll show you how fast some things changed. Next Friday, 11 o'clock, Kevin has requested this is a good time. He wants his parents, available for the swearing in. There'll be a formal swearing in and an opportunity for the people to chat with the chief